was yesterday.
What?
James Gunn released his playlist for Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 3.
Oh.
I have never heard that song or heard of that band.
Really?
I swear to God, I haven't. Rainbow is the name of the band.
Rainbow is the name of the band.
Okay.
I looked it up.
With this little fellow named Ronnie James Dio.
Oh, that's not all.
As your lead vocalist. Let's start there.
It says here they are a British rock supergroup. If it's a supergroup, how come I never heard of them?
Because they're British.
That's probably it. Yeah, so Richie Blackmore, Ronnie James Dio, Cozy Powell on drums. They are Blackmore was he left Deep Purple, and then there were 4 members of the band Elf, who I'm not familiar with, and yeah, Ronnie James Dio was in Elf, it was a super group.
Yeah,
and that's a pretty good song.
yeah.
What makes that song work for me is when he goes, that makes it work, I think.
This is an interesting list of songs. He's ventured out from like 70s, 60s, 70s, 80s. He's ventured out from there.
Okay.
And
You're talking about James Gunn.
Yeah, and that's probably because Star-Lord has a Zune now that can store more songs.
Wow, he's
Zune.
upgraded.
Yeah,
I had a Zune.
and he doesn't
Really?
he doesn't have his cassettes from his mother anymore. So this is songs that Kraglin or somebody picked for him, or he's probably picked for himself to put on the Zune.
Okay.
What's on it?
Lots of stuff. There is, first of all, Radiohead Acoustic Creep.
Okay.
So there's that. And there's an old Heart song. This is a 70s song, but it's an old Heart song called Crazy on You.
Oh, yeah, I remember that.
I know this one.
And then you got, of course, In the Meantime, Space Hog, which it's been in the trailers, so
Yeah.
we know. Then there's an Earth, Wind, and Fire song called Reasons, which I've not heard.
Doesn't ring a bell.
Yeah.
Oh, but I'm already into this.
Yeah.
It's going deep.
Oh, you're going to like this. You're going to like it. This one, this list of songs is really all over the place.
Ooh. I'm craving your body. Yeah.
I need a drink first, Bill.
All right.
This is Star-Lord getting down music.
Let's have a drink and turn the lights down.
And then there's this one you know.
Yeah, it's
Flaming
way too
Lips.
early in the morning. Yeah.
Flaming Lips, Do You Realize?
One of the best shows I've ever seen. was
Flaming Lips?
Yeah.
Now, I'm just saying it now, James Gunn. This song better not be used to kill Rocket Raccoon. If you kill the raccoon, James Gunn, I'm coming to your house. I
Why
swear
would
to you.
he use this song to kill the raccoon?
Because this is a staring up into space, thinking about God kind of thing that he would do. You know this one, don't you, Bill?
Yeah.
I know Nick does. May not.
Give me a sec.
What year was this?
This was, I'm not sure.
Oh, yes. Yep.
Well, now you know. Faith No More. This is an interesting one here. This is, I'm going to say it wrong, I know. This is Koino no Carnival from Minuet Waltz.
I can't have vocal stems like that in my ears until my Adderall kicks in.
Sorry. So
It's
there's that.
kind of a little samba number.
Yeah.
Now going back to 70s.
Rainbow, there's happiness, and to find it, how often I've tried.
Alice Cooper
Huh.
My life
doing I'm Always Chasing Rainbows. And if you know anything about Alice,
Yeah, sure.
always
That
chasing.
and golf.
Yes.
why have I always been a failure?
I've not heard him do stuff like this.
This is from Alice Cooper Goes to Hell.
I wonder if the world's to blame. I wonder if it could be me.
There we go. It kicks in. He's a song and dance man. After
Yeah.
all.
I think that song was written in the 30s.
It could be.
I think it was.
Could be. And there's one from the Mowgli's called San Francisco. This is a newer tune. But let's not forget that Rocket was on Earth for a long time as an Avenger, and he may have filled up the Zune because it was on the ship. So.
I'm Always Chasing Rainbows, originally sung by Judy Garland.
Oh, yeah, there you go. This is X.
1941. This is good.
This is Poor Girl from X. And then this one you may recognize.
If I go to my Apple Music, can I just download this?
Do Spotify.
playlist?
You could do Apple, but it's on Spotify as well.
I didn't wake up this morning 'cause she didn't go to bed. You were watching the whites of your eyes turn
Yeah, the.
This is the day.
on your wall.
I don't think I've heard this song, but I recognize the voice, certainly.
And then there's Florence and the Machine, Dog Days Are Over, I Will Dare by the Replacements, No Sleep Till Brooklyn, Beastie Boys, and ending things with From Darkness on the Edge of Town, Springsteen, Badlands. So it's
Quite
it's-
eclectic.
It's all over the place, this playlist. So and this entire segment won't be on the podcast.
No.
No. No.
And it's probably not on YouTube right now, is it?
Because we can't play this
Because we
music
can't play this kind of music on YouTube.
because they'll come and get us.
Yeah. So,
The YouTube police.
I need
So-
to get into Springsteen. I feel like it takes an hour to listen to his songs, though.
What do you mean?
I mean, he plays so long.
Oh, well,
Oh,
his
you mean
concerts are a
shows?
long time.
Of course.
yeah, his shows
Yeah.
are long.
Legendary.
My dad used to have, like, DVDs of, big
Mm-hmm.
concert shows, and he tried sitting me down for a Springsteen one time, and
Oh.
I had trouble
Yeah,
at my young age.
well, of course.
Well, and plus you take Adderall.
And then there's that.
Well, I do now,
Yeah.
not at the time.
Well, and so at the time you didn't take Adderall. That's why you were having trouble focusing.
Part of the problem.
I always regret, and I've mentioned this before, when I was going to graduate school in Pennsylvania,
Yeah.
Bruce Springsteen played on campus, I'll bet, 4 or 5 times in the 3 years that I was there, and I never went once.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah,
Huh.
and it was just like it was on campus. It was a cheap show, $10 or something. Mm-hmm. People always go, "God, it was 3 hours long. It was great."
But nobody's having more fun than him, from what I've seen.
you should
Oh, Chris Christie.
you should watch his Broadway show. There's
When did that come out?
a couple of years ago.
Okay.
It's just a tape of the one-man show he did on Broadway, which was extremely successful. And he's good. He tells stories and then he plays songs. And it's really good.
Kind of like American Utopia, right?
Yeah, sort of. American Utopia is kind of all music.
That's more
Yeah,
choreographed
we're
as
Springsteen,
well.
and it's just Springsteen on stage.
Yeah.
Him and his guitar or his piano.
One-man band.
Yeah.
At
He doesn't have
one
the band
point,
with it.
at one point, he brings out his wife and a couple of other musicians for one song.
Yeah.
But then the rest
They
of
just
it
have to hang out?
and he's telling stories of his life, and it's really interesting because all of his songs are about getting away and taking off and being a rebel and going down. And he said, "And here I am. I live about a mile from where I was born, and I don't go anywhere except on tour."
He's got nothing to prove, though.
No.
So,
Oh. Well, okay. That was.
This has been Farting Around with Carrie, Bill, and Gina on X96, Radio from Hell.
All right, enough of this reminiscing. Let's get to the matter at hand, like the weather and the traffic and all of that crap. It's
Yes.
bad out there. You want to do a little traffic right now?
Sure. I mean, I'm not seeing any specific incidents on the board right now. I think UDOT's having the same issue as yesterday, where it's having trouble updating this early in the morning, but it is red, so I would just assume it's slow.
Apparently,
going the whole way.
the big snow is out in the southwest of the valley.
More than here?
Yeah, there's apparently a foot or more.
I was going to say Jordan School District is closed.
Yeah,
this
they're
morning.
doing online today. My place, I got about 4 inches, which I thought I'd get more, honestly.
Here in town, there's maybe a half an inch.
Yeah, but it's the roads that are the bad.
bad.
You know, because you got that layer of ice underneath it, and then the snow hit, and it's colder today, so it's freezing, and it's not slush like yesterday. It's,
It was really crunchy.
the overpasses are real bad, all of them.
Well, I'll be sure to update you as we continue in the morning because
Keep an eye on that for us, will you?
You
Nick?
got
Okay.
it. Eye in the sky.
All right. Okay, we're going to take a break, and when we come back, if you'd like to check in with us and reminisce if you want to, 877-602-9696 is the number to call. Check in with the Radio from Hell show. Like yesterday, we get to the end of the break, and we have to go to commercials, and that's when people start calling.
All the flood of calls.
So call during these commercials, and then you can say what you want, get on, say hi, and all of that, and we'll give a random caller a Radio from Hell coffee mug. It's 877-602-9696.
You can win one. Baseball announcer extraordinaire.
I've had people asking me about Lionel. What's happened
Well, you
to
know,
him?
the season started again, and he got another job. He announces baseball on radio stations, and
He keeps getting jobs because he's really good at it.
he is excellent at it. He's very colorful. He loves the players, is the thing. He really, really, really loves baseball players. Really.
Yeah,
A lot.
You'll see what we mean.
This is the latest tape he sent me. He got fired again. And this is what happened. This is the last one that he was at. Here you go. You tell me if he deserved firing or not. I don't know.
So we're set to go here in the third. And what a beautiful day for baseball it is. Like a day in the park, folks. The athletes like cuddly little pets, frolicking, running, jumping, chasing, and retrieving balls. Furry, fuzzy fellas. So here comes Davis now, 0 for 1 today, flying out to right in the first. Notice the way Davis likes to sway back and forth, foot to foot at the plate. First offering from Lee, fastball strike in the outside corner, 0-1. And as Davis teeter-totters back and forth, one can't help but notice the up and down motion of each cheek of his finely toned hind end. Like two pistons in a perfectly timed machine, lubed with oils and perspiration for maximum viscosity. Lee set now, kicks and fires, breaking ball low, 1-1. Call it the show, folks, and no wonder. Davis very muscular. Also, one of the unfortunate individuals involved in the steroid controversy, being questioned by league officials. Of course, Davis denies it. The 1-1 pitch, just inside ball 2. I don't personally know much about steroids. I know in most cases they're taken via hypodermic needle. And I'm of the opinion, folks, that if a player wants to stick something in his hind end or have a fellow teammate poke him in the rear, so be it. Who are we to judge? If it helps the game, bend me over and stick it in.
And see, then that's when they went to commercial at that point, and
they fired him.
Then they fired him.
He doesn't get it.
Now, was it his comments about steroids? Is that what the problem
That
was?
must be it.
Yeah.
You know what
He sounds pro-steroid. And
You know what the problem is that he needs a color man.
He does. He needs someone in there with him.
He's doing it all by himself.
He needs to do the play-by-play. He needs somebody to do the color.
I think he's capable of doing. Well, he does both. I think perfectly.
Yeah, he does both, but he needs to.
You know, I'm going to continue to send these to Larry Miller, and hopefully we can get him hired for the Bees. Because
you just like him in town.
Yeah, I think he's an excellent. He's an excellent announcer.
I think we got enough of his kind in this town.
Let's get this over with.
Yes, we'll go to your check-ins in just a second after we officially begin the show. Nick, I did some checking, and UDOT is saying, Utah Department of Transportation, stay home.
Is what you should do.
That's what they're saying.
It's worse than yesterday
Stay
morning.
home, and as Kerry indicated, it's really bad out south, and Tooele is getting hit really hard.
Yeah, that side is getting really smashed.
So stay home, they said.
Enjoy hot cocoa.
Yeah.
Put on a heated blanket.
And there are cars sliding off the road right now, and it's just awful. All right, Nick, do we have a sponsor for the beginning of the program?
Yes, the State Room presents Bringing You Live Music Memories. Don't miss Ron Sexsmith Tuesday, April 4th at the State Room. Get tickets in the full lineup at thestateroompresents.com.
I think we have some tickets for that to give away later on.
I think we do.
Yeah. All right, let's do it. The sun is going to rise, I think, at 7:06 a.m., but I'm not betting on it. The sun will set at 7:55. Daylight hours. You'll have 12 hours and 49 minutes of daylight to do your worst. The moon is a waxing gibbous moon, 97.1% of full, and it will set today at 6:41 a.m., today being Tuesday. It's the 4th day of April in the year of our Lord Jesus Christ, 2023. Now, we're counting down 138 days until August 19th, which is World Honeybee Day.
Oh,
a day to celebrate beekeeping and honey. The importance of honey is not limited to its edibility alone. It has been used as a preservative and for treating certain ailments. And this is the Shiba Inu edition of the show for people who feel like hell in the morning, with the always busy as bees lords of morning radio, Kerry Jackson, Bill Allred, Gina Barberi, who is not here, Nick, your buddy, Nick's your pal, filling in. Katie for short is our producer, fine producer of the show, and we have Dawson and Cameron Diaz helping out as well. And we want to talk to you.
All right, let's begin. We'll start with Brian.
Brian.
Hello, Brian. That is called Brian.
Good morning.
What's up with you?
Thank you, Lord.
Yeah.
Oh, well, I'm just taking a break from carving myself out of the snow. It's ridiculous out here in Magna.
Yeah, how many feet have you got?
Well, I wouldn't say feet, but probably a good 8 or 9 inches.
That's a lot of snow.
Enough that, yeah, you gotta dig yourself out of it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Beyond that, just hanging out, trying to stay warm. Then I'm going to go back out and work on it some more.
All right. Yes.
I did want to ask Kerry.
Yes.
For one of those Martha Stewart wine corks.
I gave him hold of Bill if he has an extra that he wants to give you one.
I'll get one off my desk and give it to Katie. If you got it, you got to come in and pick it up, though.
No, that's fine. I still have to come down and pick up my coffee mug. So.
Oh, there you go.
You know.
Remind
put
me.
Them together.
Remind me, and I'll get him a cork. Okay.
All right.
Okay.
So am I putting him on hold, Katie? Do you want? I'll put him on hold. All right.
Okay.
Brian will put you on hold.
All right.
Hang on.
Clamoring for corks.
Yeah.
Clamoring for corks every day. Hillary is here. Hi, Hillary.
Hillary, good morning.
Good morning.
How are you?
I'm good. I just white-knuckled it from Bountiful to Taylorsville. I just reached my destination. It took an hour.
Oh, jeez.
But yeah, but I just wanted to say, well, I love you guys first. I listen to you all the time. That song that Alice Cooper did,
Yeah.
that was actually written by Chopin.
The music was, yeah.
Oh, really?
The lyrics
Yeah.
were written by. I looked it up. The lyrics were written by
Somebody else.
Yeah, but
But
some
it was
modern
performed by Judy Garland.
Yeah, performed by Judy Garland, written by I can't remember his name now, but the music is from Chopin.
Well, I can see why James Gunn would pick
Yeah,
Alice Cooper.
and I
as
knew that,
opposed-
but I never heard that song. I loved it. Alice
Yeah.
Cooper. It was
Yeah.
cool.
Yeah, I've heard you. You should go dig out the Judy Garland version. It's really beautiful.
There you go.
All right.
I will.
All right.
All righty.
See you, Hillary.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Let's go to Killer. Hi, Killer.
Killer. I hope you're not.
Good morning.
I hope you're not on the road to Cache County like you usually are.
I am in the truck stop right before Brigham City.
Are you just going to stay there for a while?
I think you should.
No, I pulled over to call you guys.
Oh, well. So you're going to go ahead and go to Cache County.
Oh yeah, I left at 3:15. So what time is it? 6:30. So it's 3 hours to Brigham.
Yeah,
I've been fighting it.
Wow.
Why?
It's bad.
Couldn't you just? Do you have to go?
I have customers that are waiting for the product I have. Yes.
Oh, I see. Yeah. He has customers that like to blow stuff up.
Yes, product.
Yeah, that too.
Yeah.
Sure.
Well, just be very careful on the road, will you?
Yes.
Appreciate it.
Okay.
All right, we'll see you.
Hey, I wanted to say to Dave, because he's behind me somewhere in a semi.
Oh, well.
All right. Na.
Take that, Dave.
Yeah, you're a child
Meanwhile-
killer. You're just a child.
Cut to Dave, half
Yeah.
buried in a snowbank, barely exposed.
Yeah.
And the radio is on just loud enough. Help me! All right.
See you later, killer.
Bye-bye, Killer.
Oh, my.
Tim the Tree Guy checking in, doing the standard morning dig out, which seems to be the thing to do these days. MedTech M can't stay home. Contrary to popular belief, hospitals need their labs to function.
I've heard that.
Can't do your tests from home, I suppose. Let's see. If there was a 6 a.m. song, could you please repeat it? I set my alarm at 5:58, so I didn't miss it. And we don't play the song on YouTube. No. No.
We can't.
We never have. So you saying that I didn't see it this morning is... It was Rainbow Since You've Been Gone. All right. Colonel Coffee Bean, roads are crap this morning. Metal Shop Mark has stopped in Tooele, but roads are icy. Bumper to Bumper by Bountiful. It's bad enough outside that I got my first snow day ever in my life.
Classic April weather,
Yes,
you know?
Motorcycle Mike. Let's see.
Now, is this supposed to go on for more days to come? This weather?
Today, in the
Basically, yeah.
near future, is the worst day. But we're going to get a little snow tomorrow, and then it's going to be sunny, and I see a high of 67 by next Tuesday.
Oh,
Yeah.
Okay.
Because it's April.
All right.
Johnny B checking in. Last couple of days, I got my garage wired up. I got a couple of 50 amp and 220 outlets on both sides in the event that any electric cars happen across my path. A 30 amp 220 outlet for the inevitable car lift. A 150 amp feeder circuit on the back for future detached garage shop. And a bunch of lights and outlets.
Well, that's fascinating.
Yeah.
What's he building over there?
A house.
A bunker.
He's-
More like it.
He's been building that house for I don't know how long. We
Yeah.
get a daily update. All right, traffic, please.
Traffic. I mean, as we've been yapping about, it is just messy out there. I see a few incidents along I-15, nothing too noteworthy, but as UDOT is saying themselves, if you can stay home, I would definitely recommend it, trekking to the studio myself. If you see something while out on the road, though, and can safely report it, 33986 is the text line. I'll be watching that closely.
All right. Thank you very much. Okay, we will take a break. We will be back in our next break. You get Big Boy News, Opinioendo, and Frank Christ presents They're Fine. They're Just Fine. We'll explain to you how to play that game coming up. Also, Utah Word of the Day. Boner of the Day. We're going to hear from Kyle. Tech Talk with JD coming up. Beat Gina, or Beat Nick as it's known, while Gina is on vacation. All that and more on the way. Lots of stuff to win, and of course, the $1,000 giveaway. Stand by. Now, let me take you down memory lane.
Okay.
Just a few years back, the internet brought us a wonderful thing. I love cat videos, and this was one of my favorites.
That's a cat. That's really a cat.
It's really a cat.
A house cat.
A house cat who appeared to be speaking
Yeah.
and saying, "Old Long Johnson."
Yeah.
Or we projected it onto the
Yeah.
poor kitty cat. I don't know. Well, people remember that.
Very well.
And 4 different people sent me this morning because this is the latest.
Another one, huh?
Well, this is a combo.
Different cat?
This is a combo platter. This is a different cat.
Okay.
And it's a guy who is a musician who calls himself the Kiffness, Kiff, the Kiffness.
Okay.
So he's taken some talking cat samples and turned it into a song.
All right.
So I don't know if you're ready for this or not, but here we
not
go.
Sure. Oh, it sounds like Pearl Jam.
It does, doesn't it? Now what he's captioned it. So the cat is saying, "Hold on to my fur, I like it, when the dogs are barking." Did you hear that? Okay. So then he's taken his synthesizer and he started doing some samples, and,
Kitty go purr when you hold on to his fur. Everything a blur. In a fast lane to the moon. Doggy go bark when you're cruising in the dark. Teeth so sharp, trying to bite him like a shark. No, he ain't coming down soon.
So there you go.
You could hear Eddie Vedder doing that. Hold on to my fur, the dogs are barking.
And then he's got a dog that it's growling at him, and he's manipulating the jaw to add a little background sound effects.
A doggy don't like it when a cat like me is going through life successfully. So they make a big buck as I fly through the sky. Hold on to my fur, boy, don't you cry. 'Cause we're gonna make it now, break through the clouds. No more doggy barking, where are they now? It's easy to hear them when you're on the ground. But when you're up on the moon, you don't hear a sound. You don't hear a sound.
Do you get the dog growl there?
Yeah.
Here's the thing. I know you may not think of much of this song right now,
No, I
but
don't.
I guarantee you, 4 hours from now, in your head.
When the dogs are barking. When the dogs are barking.
Hey?
I promise you, if this goes viral, like Interscope Records will sign this guy like that.
Get a hold of the Kiffness for Interscope Records. There you go.
I've never experienced a cat in real life sounding like that.
Really?
No, never. I mean, I can't imagine that, I have a cat now that has a distinctive meow and does it all the damn time, but not like it's talking.
Well, we got a new kitten about a year ago, and then within our household, so we have a kitty, an old lady kitty that's like 15, and it took her a minute to decide that she didn't hate the kitten because kittens are just little buttholes. And my wife had this video of the kitty and the baby kitty and the old kitty together, and the old kitty finally was like, "All right, fine, I'll lick you and be nice." And so she's licking him, but growling at the same time. So she's being all sweet, licking the kitty, just kind of going. That's the closest to a talking kitty cat.
Yeah, that's the closest I've come to. Nothing sustained like these ones on YouTube. But
I like the chattering cat.
Oh yeah.
I've had cats that do it. When they're looking at birds.
Right,
usually,
a bird or a bug
through the window
or a laser pointer.
That's a cat.
All right.
No.
Yeah.
That's a cat from the deep south.
It is a southern cat.
Yeah, it's a deep from the deep south.
It is a southern cat. Yeah. It is. There you go.
Remember there was a South Park episode where they had the old Long Johnson kitty cat.
People are asking for a link. No. I'll just tell you, if you just go to YouTube and look for "Hold On to My Fur" talking cat song, it'll come up.
Yeah. Or any Pearl Jam song,
Or
it's the same.
Any Pearl Jam is good. Kitty Vetter.
It's 2 o'clock in the morning. Your Jack Daniels bottle is empty, and you're all out of ammunition. What are you going to do? Well, don't panic. Come on down to Carrie and Bill's Liquor and Guns. At Carrie and Bill's Liquor and Guns, that's all we sell, liquor and guns. We feature a full line of liquor from exotic fine wines all the way up to the real hard stuff, too. We also feature a full line of guns and ammo, from small caliber handguns all the way up to semi-automatic weapons. Best of all, you'll get a case of Radio from Hell brand canned chili absolutely free with each and every purchase over $50.
Hi, we're Carrie and Bill.
And we're Carrie and Bill.
We know just how frustrating it can be to run out of liquor or ammo at odd hours.
That's why Carrie and Bill's Liquor and Guns is only open between midnight and 6 a.m. Monday through Thursday.
And from 6 p.m. to 6 a.m. Friday, Saturday, and Sunday.
To find Carrie and Bill's Liquor and Guns, just call 555-1212 and ask for Ricky. He'll arrange to meet you.
Then, after a brief shakedown and blindfolding, Ricky will lead you directly to Carrie and Bill's Liquor and Guns.
Helping you continue the fine old Utah tradition of getting drunk and shooting up the place, it's Carrie and Bill's Liquor and Guns for all your liquor and gun needs.
You should stay.
Yeah, stay.
You should probably just stay because it's terrible out there.
It is.
Big boy news and Opinnuendo now brought to you by...
Become a nurse in just 32 months with Nightingale College, blending online classes with on-ground supervised field experience, virtual college, actual nursing. Start your nursing journey at nightingale.edu, now accepting enrollments for fall semester.
Well, let's see, school districts, mention those again, Nick, right now at the top. Jordan School District closed for the day.
Jordan School District,
they're online.
Virtual learning today. Recently announced Granite School District is having a 2-hour delay for their schooling. The DATC is having a 4-hour delay this Tuesday. That's all I'm seeing here around the Wasatch Valley.
Well, we have a tragedy here, a precious celebrity that we missed. I forgot about it. I saw it over the weekend. A precious, precious celebrity has passed. Keith Reed. Keith Reed, who wrote lyrics for Procol Harum.
Mm-hmm.
He helped to fuel the emblematic songs of the 60s. Most notably, he is known for A Whiter Shade of Pale. He died on March 23rd in London. He was 76 years old. His death in hospital was announced by the band, which said he had been receiving treatment for cancer for the past couple of years. During its heyday in the late 60s and 70s, Procol Harum stood out as being very musically ambitious, even by progressive rock standards, as demonstrated by its 1972 album Procol Harum Live in Concert with the Edmonton Symphony Orchestra. The band's music was at times bordered on sepulchral, like grave-like.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I don't know why they use that word.
All right, somebody got a thesaurus.
Required lyrics that soared along with it, and this is a pretty good song, really. It's very evocative.
This is the one that the band's known for, really.
We skip the life fandango, turns cartwheels across the floor.
So he wrote the lyrics. He didn't
wrote
sing.
the lyrics. Yeah, he was not. He didn't play an instrument. He didn't sing. But he traveled with the band. He was with all their gigs, and he wrote many of their songs. And he wrote songs for other people. Keith Reed. Scientists in Germany say that they've been able to make a nasal vaccine that can shut down a COVID-19 infection in the nose and throat, where the virus gets its first foothold in the body. In experiments in hamsters, 2 doses of the vaccine, which is made with a live but weakened form of the coronavirus that causes COVID-19, blocked the virus from copying itself inside the animal's upper respiratory airways, achieving sterilizing immunity and preventing illness, a long-sought goal of the pandemic. Although this vaccine has several more hurdles to clear before it gets to a doctor's office or drugstore, other nasal vaccines are in use or nearing the finish line in clinical trials. China and India both have rolled out vaccines given through the nose, the nasal tissues. It's not clear how well they may be working, but studies on the effectiveness of the vaccines have yet to be published. But that's a really good idea. You could have that, and at the first sign you feel like you're having a cold or something, just use that in the event, in the chance that it might be COVID, because at least when I had COVID, it presented itself at first like a cold. I felt like I was getting a cold, and then I got really sick.
Yeah, I felt it in my nose almost work its way to the back of my head. And I know there's probably a reason they're using hamsters, but hamsters...
they're lovely little animals,
They
aren't
don't have the biggest noses to check test on.
Nick, that's the least of anything having to do with this story. the least concern of it.
I think Nick wants people to test on pigs.
All right.
Is what he's saying.
Utah's statewide average snowpack is now 201% of normal. That means way above normal, according to the Department of Natural Resources. The latest round of storms pushed the statewide average over the 200% threshold. It is a boost to a state that has suffered through years of drought and a shrinking Great Salt Lake. That does make me feel good, said Laura Haskell, the drought coordinator for Utah's Division of Water Resources. We're hoping for a good year. We were hoping for a good year. No one anticipated this sort of a year to have the whole state doing well. It's great. Planned Parenthood and the American Civil Liberties Union has filed a lawsuit challenging Utah's new law that requires abortion clinics to close later this year. The lawsuit, filed Monday in Salt Lake's 3rd District Court, challenges House Bill 467. The law allows abortions up to 18 weeks of a pregnancy in the case of rape, incest, or the health and safety of the mother to be performed only in a hospital or a medical clinic. This is a very cruel law, and it bans women from seeking care at licensed health centers like Planned Parenthood's, where we will no longer be able to provide safe, legal abortion services, said Sarah Stoes, the interim president of Planned Parenthood Association of Utah. The plaintiffs are asking a judge for an injunction blocking House Bill 467 from being enforced. Currently, the state's near-total abortion ban is blocked from being enforced, while a separate lawsuit is under appeal to the Utah Supreme Court. Lori Vallow Daybell. It's going to happen. It's been more than 3 years since police announced that the 2 kids were missing from a rural eastern Idaho town, and each twist in the grim investigation has seemed stranger than the last. Their mother claimed to be a god, her estranged husband wrote in divorce papers. She called the children zombies before they vanished, a friend told police. A handful of followers seemed to buy into her doomsday claims. Well, they're finally going to start the trial. And the grandparents of the 2 children are certainly going to testify, but they want to be at the trial every day. Okay. And there is some question as to whether the judge wants that to happen or will allow that to happen. They said, we're hoping we could be there every day. Well, I mean, we'll obviously come when we have to testify, but we'd like to be there every day. I just want to see her. Nashville school shooter fired 152 rounds of ammunition inside the Covenant School in Nashville as police responded around 14 minutes in around 14 minutes to the mass shooting. The shooter killed 6 people before police shot and killed the suspect, who had written for months about the planned attack on the school.
Really?
Police said the shooter's writings are under careful review by the FBI. Motive has yet to be established, police said, although we had a story a couple of days ago that the shooter had been counseled by a pastor associated with that
school.
And the shooter had gone there
looking for him, right?
to get him and ended up killing one of his children. 126 of the rounds fired came from a rifle, with 26 9mm rounds from a pistol. Authorities said the shooter acted alone, and it is known that the shooter considered the actions of other mass murders, looked at other mass murders to sort of
learned, studied.
And students in Nashville, Tennessee, demanding stronger gun laws following that shooting. Hundreds of students participated in a March for Our Lives rally at the Tennessee State Capitol yesterday.
You see the video?
Huge crowd.
Yeah, they're calling for an assault weapons ban and the implementation of extreme risk protection orders. The protesters met with a congressperson, and I'll be featuring that in the Boner candidates.
Oh, good.
Coming up.
I'm glad you found that. Yes.
Michael Cohen.
That's
Donald Trump, that guy. Donald Trump's former fixer, who did jail time for doing Donald's bidding.
For this thing that's not illegal, apparently. Right. He went to jail for it.
I love this quote. Michael suspects that his former boss, Donald Trump, is petrified on the eve of his arraignment in New York City. And by the way, all 31, 34
we don't know quite yet, but
they're all felonies.
Yeah.
Everyone is a felony. We do know that. Here's what Michael Cohen says, quote, "Diaper Donald will be filling up that diaper because this is not something that Donald is capable of either understanding or contending with."
Yep.
Cohen said he worked closely with Trump for more than a decade. He believes that he could control every situation. This is not a situation that he has any control over, and that's making him sick to his stomach.
Yep.
I think right now he's beyond petrified. Trump arrived in New York from Florida on his private jet yesterday. Trump's team has indicated that he will turn himself into the Manhattan District Attorney's Office on Tuesday. He will be fingerprinted. There is some question as though whether they will get a mugshot or not.
Here's the thing. His lawyers were offered to do it via Zoom from Florida.
Yeah.
Really?
Mm-hmm. He turned it down.
Well,
he wants the clown show. He wants the spectacle.
He's
can't
nervous,
be,
but
can't
he's
be
relishing in this.
You can't be a martyr on Zoom.
He loves seeing his plane taken off on the news and being landed.
By the way, I want to congratulate myself for not watching 1 minute of that.
I didn't either. I didn't
it's hard
see
to
any
avoid. It was all over my social media feed.
Nick, I read books. You try books. That might help. You know, Marjorie Taylor Greene is in New York to protest, she says, to protest with my voice against the weaponization of the justice system on innocent President Trump. But the counter-protesters are coming to commit assault that can cause audible damage to everyone's ears, including NYPD. What?
Now, here's what she's talking about: is that there's a group that has organized counter protesters against the Trump supporters, and they're all going to have referee whistles and just blow them continuously, so that the Trump supporters' message can't be heard.
Okay,
and that's what she's talking about.
And Carrie Lake, who still claims that she's governor of Arizona.
Oh my God!
Went to New York, and she's wearing a Trump hat. Says Trump 2024 on it. She says, I walked through the airport wearing this hat, and everybody gave me a thumbs up.
No,
I don't think that's really quite true.
No,
none of this is changing anybody's minds about Trump. They have their set mindset about it, and unless he gets put in prison, nothing is going to come of this.
Wouldn't it be interesting to have him be? If he went to prison, he'd have to have Secret Service protection in prison.
Yeah, probably.
He would.
Yeah.
That's weird.
Yeah.
This little thing here on Twitter. There, if you'll notice up in the left-hand corner, they've put a little dog up there.
Doge.
A Shiba Inu dog. It's a breed of dog that's a hunting dog in China or someplace. A Shiba Inu. And then Dogecoin has used that dog, and and I don't know what, but I guess they're going to have to change. Then it can't be Twitter anymore; it'll have to be Bark, won't it?
Why?
Well, with a little bird, it was a Twitter.
Right?
Tweet. You tweet. Now you're going to have to bark.
Well, do you know the story about?
Well, it's Dogecoin. It's his cryptocurrency.
Yeah, and he's apparently getting a big lawsuit for racketeering within that, and people are saying maybe this whole Doge thing was like late for April Fool's Day because it came out yesterday, but they're also saying maybe this is just his way of kind of muddying the waters.
It's him giving the finger to people.
That's what he does.
He's giving the finger to people.
Professional referee Todd Newcomb has weighed in. I recommend the Fox 40 referee whistle. It's the finest.
Oh, is it?
Yes. So sports weather traffic.
Sports. Families in Utah this last weekend gathered, as they do every single year, around the television in their finest clothes
to nap,
to watch WrestleMania.
Oh, I thought you were going to say conference.
Same weekend.
Same weekend. A lot of notable performances, but the biggest one, of course, being the undisputed WWE Universal Championship between Roman Reigns and Cody Rhodes. Everyone thought Cody Rhodes, with his pedigree, would come out on top, but thanks to some interference from the Usos, Roman Reigns was crowned the undisputed WWE Universal Champion.
Congratulations.
Good for him.
I will be going in depth into that for the rest of the week, I'm sure.
Great news.
Weather. We got that weather advisory for all the snow that we're getting up until 6 p.m. I keep looking at my hour-by-hour tracker, and it says it's supposed to clear up, but I'm staring outside the studio right now, and I'm seeing snow coming down. But I would assume that is happening across the entire valley. Speaking of looking at traffic, I see several incidents all over the valley. There's so many, it's really hard to nail down a specific terrible one, as everything's causing just some short delays.
Stay home.
Stay home if you possibly can. But if you do see something that's very notable, please send it to us. 33986 is where you can do that, and please do so safely.
What? Frank, you startled me. You just all of a sudden were here in the studio.
I'm terribly sorry. I shouldn't approach from behind.
I know. Boy, again, your electric scooter is filled with snow.
Well, have you noticed?
Yeah. UDOT has said you should stay home. Oh, you can float above all that.
Oh, easily. Easily.
Frank Christ is here. He is a Grim Reaper, complete with his scythe, cowl. He wears a cowl. He's a skeletal figure. And his specialty is reaping the souls of precious celebrities, which is ironic because, Frank,
I love our precious celebrities. Everything they say and do is right.
I know.
I'm so happy about Gwyneth Paltrow, by the way.
Oh, that she got off.
Yeah, she's fine.
Gwenny is okay.
Yes.
Frank joins us weekdays at about this time every week. or every day, I should say, to play a little game we call Frank Chris Presents.
They're fine. They're just fine.
Frank has given me a list here of precious celebrities, 4 celebrities. I do a little research on them. 3 of the celebrities on this list are...
Oh, they're fine. They're just fine.
But one has met Frank and gone away in his scooter. And we have a contestant ready to go. To see.
Allie is on the phone.
Allie, good morning, Allie. How are you?
I'm fine. I'm just fine.
Sure you are. Allie, you could win what, Nick?
You can win Weezer tickets.
All right. Allie, you will win Weezer tickets if you can tell me which one of these 4 celebrities is dead. These are Saturday Night Live hosts, season 10, I think, 1983 to 1984. We're
just making our way up.
Yeah, listen, there are 40 seasons. I could do this for a while. Number 1, Barry Bostwick was a host on SNL. Best known, of course, for playing Brad Majors in the Rocky Horror Picture Show and Mayor Randall Winston in the sitcom Spin City. Barry Bostwick also had considerable success in musical theater, winning a Tony Award for his role in The Robber Bridegroom. The musical guest when Barry Bostwick hosted was Spinal Tap. Number 2, on the list, Father Guido Sarducci, a fictional character created by American comedian Don Novello. Sarducci was a chain-smoking priest with tinted glasses who worked in the United States as a gossip columnist and rock critic for the Vatican newspaper La Observatore, sometimes mentioned as the Vatican Inquirer, a takeoff on the National Enquirer. The musical guest when Father Guido Sarducci hosted was Huey Lewis and the News. Number 3 on this list of Saturday Night Live hosts, Brandon Tartikoff. Brandon Tartikoff is a television executive who was the president of NBC when he hosted. He turned around NBC's low primetime reputation with great hits like Hill Street Blues, L.A. Law, Law & Order, Alf, The Cosby Show, Cheers, Seinfeld, Saved by the Bell. He greenlit all of those shows. And he was also involved in the creation of Star Trek Deep Space Nine. And his musical guest then was John Cougar Mellencamp. That's Brandon Tartikoff. And finally, number 4 on the list, Betty Thomas, known for her Emmy Award-winning role as Sergeant Lucy Bates on the television series Hill Street Blues. Betty Thomas directed the Brady Bunch movie, which was a big hit. She followed that with other successes, including Private Parts, Dr. Dolittle, 28 Days, Tucker Must Die, John Tucker Must Die. The musical guest when Betty Thomas hosted was Stray Cats. So there you go. One of those celebrities is no longer with us. Allie, which one is it?
I'm going to guess number 3.
You're going to guess Brandon Tartikoff? Well, you're absolutely right. Why did you guess Brandon Tartikoff?
I know the last one, but I don't know him, so I just assumed.
All right. Brandon Tartikoff died August 27, 1997, the age of 48. He had Hodgkin's lymphoma. The Deep Space Nine 6th season premiere, A Time to Stand, began with a title card reading in memory of Brandon Tartikoff. And a premiere of Seinfeld season 9 also had this is for Brandon. So congratulations, Allie. You did that well. You have won tickets to see
Weezer. Who's going to be playing with Spoon and White Reaper at the Great Salt Air Amphitheater.
Make sure you go early enough to see Spoon, certainly, because they're really
all
good.
of them.
Okay.
White Reaper as well.
I don't know them very well.
Yeah.
You
We're
know
playing
White.
them.
Oh, Allie, you know White Reaper?
Of course.
Yeah.
I listen to you guys.
See?
All right, Allie, hang on the line because we'll tell you how to get your prize. All right.
Well, 2 celebrity birthdays today, and I can't decide who I want to go visit first.
Well,
Well, Craig T. Nelson, 79.
Get him.
Or Steve Gatlin from the Gatlin Brothers, 72. I just can't decide. I'll go visit both of them.
Do that.
Goodbye, everybody. Goodbye. KXRK Provo traffic, please.
Traffic. I got a few people texting in. Oh, where did it go? The keyword is messing everything up. Highway Patrol has a motorcyclist on the side of the road, Redwood Road in I-215. That's going to cause a lot of slowage over there. But Outside of that, the roads are just bad. If you can stay home, please, by God, do so. The incidents that I am seeing right now, I know the Point of the Mountain is having a real tough time. Over by Sandy, there is an incident northbound that's impacting a few lanes on top of the snow already, but I'll just be gabbing about all the messes this morning as we keep going along. 33986 is where you can report that traffic.
Give us 3 minutes. We're going to have your keyword for $1,000.
X96, strong Volkswagen.
It is the 23rd century. Humans have left the lowly confines of planet Earth and have sought their destiny among the stars. While many things have changed, one constant remains: the need for young men to venture forth and do the work of the Lord. This is the tale of two such men who at the age of 19 have answered the call of their general authorities and are embarking on a 2-year mission to spread the gospel throughout the galaxy. This is the story of Space Elders. Our elders are tracting their way across the cosmos, looking for prospective converts, when suddenly they find themselves aboard the last surviving battlestar, Galactica, where our elders are introduced to Commander Adama.
Quiet, Muffy. They don't look like Cylons.
Welcome. I'm Commander Adama.
Hi, I'm Elder Chris Jansen, and this is Elder Jensen. We represent the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints.
You know, the Mormons. Say, you look like that guy from Bonanza.
I am in command of this fleet, and we are searching for the lost tribe of humans and a shining planet called Earth.
What a coincidence! We're from Earth. Would this lost tribe you're looking for just happen to go by the name of Nephites?
No, I don't think so. What can you tell us of Earth?
Well, everybody there is pretty much like us.
Hey, Lehigh, why don't you show them the Saturday's Warrior holographic disc that your mom sent you?
Look, Muffy. They have more teeth than you do.
And you say this pretty well represents Earth?
Well, yeah, I guess so.
Colonel Ty, turn the fleet around and set course for Cylon.
Father, you can't be serious.
Son, if we have to choose between genocide and a life with those Saturday's Warrior people, I'll take my chances with the Cylons.
So, I guess this means that you won't be joining our church then.
Apollo, Starbuck, show these two to a launch bay, and make sure they take that holodisc with them.
Oh, Felger Carb.
Elder Jensen, what's your language?
Fleeing the Lex de Azevedo tyranny, the last battlestar, Galactica, sets off for a shining planet called Cylon. Join us next time to hear Elder Jensen say...
Hey, do you think that kid knows that his dog is really just a monkey in an orange dog suit?
On the next brain-numbing episode of Space Elders!
$96 1K a day cash giveaway keyword powered by Cyprus Credit Union is school. S-C-H-O-O-L. You know, the thing that should be closed right now. School. Send that over to 33986. Message and data rates may apply. Rules and details are on x96.com.
Be a part of the Radio from Hell.
Let's see, 7:06 right now, and yes, if your school is open today, they don't care about your safety.
Not at all.
Apparently not. Oh, man.
It's bad.
I'm waiting for a text from my university telling me that I don't have to.
I'm
go to
surprised
class
you
later.
haven't gotten it already.
The University of Utah?
Yeah, they texted me yesterday afternoon saying, hey, we were canceled for Monday and Tuesday, but you come in Tuesday. Okay.
Well, I just got a notice from the Salt Lake City School District. We're open. School is starting on time.
Cowards. We don't care about your safety. Get in here.
What it says.
Let's see, guy in the chat room. You sent out a notice Sunday night about Monday.
Yes.
And now crickets, that it's worse today.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Okay, well, we'll try to keep track of that for you. We'll do what we can.
It's a mess.
I called it
is.
yesterday. I said this morning would be way worse.
Yeah.
I felt it in my bones.
Your weather bones?
Yeah. I
Do you
should be
have-
a meteorologist.
You have weather bones? That's what they teach you in meteorologist school. Listen to your bones.
This is what Nick's bones say today.
All right. Utah Word of the Day now. Brought to you by?
Brought to you by, do you owe $10K or more in back taxes? Multiple unfiled years? Contact McClure and Stewart for a free consultation. Go to McClureandStewart.com today.
It's often said that people of Utah speak a language all their own. It's a language that's often confusing and even incomprehensible to newcomers here in the Beehive State. So, Radio from Hell presents a handy guide to help everyone understand how the natives speak. It's the Utah Word of the Day, and today's word is...
Collapse. C-L-A-P-S. Collapse. With special thanks to Brett Favre for suggesting some time ago that we revisit this word. And to do that, here is the mayor of Mona, Utah, Don Criddle, and his boy Denver. Again, the word is collapse.
Denver, you know as much as I know that Mona is a very small Utah town. And as such, I, Don Criddle, as the mayor of Mona, also have to do other city jobs.
You like being the city garbage man, don't you, Daddy?
Well, as a matter of fact, son, I don't mind that at all. I find all kinds of good stuff to bring home to us. But it's some of the other jobs that give me a pain in the you-know-where.
You mean being in charge of the waterworks and being the Mona City building inspector gives you a pain in the ass?
Denver!
Oh.
In our family, we do not say a blank blank unless we're reading the Bible.
Oh.
And even then, we say it real low. You know, like in the Old Testament when it says, and Balaam rose up in the morning and saddled his ass and then went with the princes of Moab. You just say it's a pain in the you-know-where. Most folks will catch your meaning.
Okay, Daddy. But why don't you like being the Mona City building inspector? Ain't it fun telling people that their project is all wrong and they got to tear it down and start over?
Well, sometimes yes and sometimes no. Like right now, it's a no. Son, what are you building here in our backyard?
Well, I'm building an acting stage, Daddy. A stage for doing shows and play acting on. I went to a show down to the Nephi City Rec Center, and it was so exciting. Some men dressed up like pretty ladies, singing songs, and then everybody claps. I want to be an actor, Daddy. I want to sing some songs, so everybody claps. That's why I'm building this acting stage, so I can invite the town for my show. I can hear it now. When I sing my songs, the whole town claps for me, Denver Criddle, actor.
Firstly, son of mine. There ain't never going to be that kind of show here in Mona City. And secondly, there ain't never been actors in the Criddle family line, and there ain't never going to be either, if you catch my meaning. And thirdly, that stage you are building is rickety and dangerous. So in my role as Mona City building inspector, this is a stop work order. Tear that stage down.
But, Daddy!
That is an order. Besides, the way you've been building it, if a person was to set foot on that stage, why, the whole thing would just collapse. It would collapse, I tell you, and then me and your mother'd be the ones liable. So down it comes, Olivier. Oh, and make sure you straighten all them pulled nails so we can reuse them, too.
Join us again some other time as we examine how the Utah natives speak with the Utah Word of the Day.
That was very good.
Thank you. Thank you very
good.
much. No, thank you. Please.
Yeah.
You're too kind.
I feel the tension between these two characters.
Well, this is the first time we've seen Don get really stern, I think.
Yeah.
There's a rift being
Really
created.
stern. Well, no, it's just he's...
Because usually Don makes Denver's mother be the authority, the bad guy.
Yeah.
Well, but as in his role as the city building inspector,
He had to act.
he's the
Clearly.
he runs the waterworks. He's the building inspector, and he collects all the trash in town.
I'm glad we're also seeing a cultural rift between the two, because clearly Denver finally realizing deep in his heart that he wants to wear dresses and sing songs.
Apparently. You know, it's funny.
Which could really hurt his election
Yeah.
if he decides to be the mayor.
This is like
It's-
Succession a little bit.
It's funny, and I use that word advisedly.
Yes.
The word funny. When I was writing this, and yes, I did write it. I don't know. I don't know why I'm copping to that, but I did. I didn't have that part in about the men dressed up like ladies and singing songs. I just had. I went to the Nephi City Rec and saw an acting show.
An acting show.
An acting show where they was talking and singing. And as I looked at it, I thought, oh, wait a minute. Now this is
a
the
perfect
perfect time to
opportunity.
address the drag show
Yes.
slightly. So,
Some tension.
yeah. So there ain't never going to be that kind of show here in Mona. Up and down to Nephi,
No,
they may allow that kind
they
of thing.
do that kind of thing in Nephi.
But not here in Mona.
That liberal bastion that is Nephi.
Yeah. Mona City.
All
So
right.
why not?
Traffic, please, Nick.
Traffic. If the UDOT traffic website wants to refresh, that is. I mean, I'm not seeing any new incidents across the board, but as I've been saying all morning, it is slushy, it is sloppy. Just stay home if you possibly can. Nothing too noteworthy to recommend for you to avoid, but if you do see something, please say something safely at 33986. That is brought to you by The State Room Presents, bringing you live music memories. Don't miss Ron Sexsmith, Tuesday, April 4th at The State Room. Get tickets and full lineup at thestateroompresents.com.
We have boner candidates coming up here, and here are the ones you will consider. Number one, when your machine is hot, you don't give it up, no matter what. Boner candidate number two, DeSantis would simply give every Floridian a gun if possible. And number three, what gun would you like to be shot with? Really? He asked that? Really?
Yes, he did. All right. Yeah, you're not going to believe that one. We got Boner of the Day. We got Big Boy News coming up. Stand by for that. We got a letter from our son Kyle. Tech Talk with JD at 8 o'clock. Beat Gina. Beat Nick today.
Yeah.
And we have prizes for that, concert tickets for that, I'm pretty sure. And more, all on the way. Stand by. KXRK Provo. Let's see. Oh, look, we got UtahAdvocates.com.
Listen, oh my God, there are so many accidents today, and I'm so sorry for you guys, but if it happens, don't delay. Contact the advocates. The advocates can tell you on the phone whether you have a case or not. These are local attorneys.
Yeah, it's like 8 of them, 8 or 9 work for the advocates.
That's right. A small law firm here in Salt Lake, and they handle people. They handle insurance companies essentially for people.
That's really because they've read your insurance policy. You haven't.
That's true. 801-355-5550. As soon as you get things squared away as best you can, or maybe you're calling for a family member because the family member's in the hospital.
Yeah.
Call 801-355-5550, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and talk to the advocates. It doesn't cost you any money out of pocket to do that. As a matter of fact, it doesn't cost you any money out of pocket.
Yeah. No retainer fee?
No, nothing like
None of
that. So 801-355-5550 or UtahAdvocates.com.
You can win $1,000.
We got an email from our friend, good-looking Rhett Thomas.
Best looking guy I know. Well, except for Carrie.
He used to be on the radio with us.
Yep.
And checks in with us from time to time. He sends this email of interest, sort of. Hey, friends, you're so good at doing this for babies. Perhaps you could help with a dog. What should we name this guy? We've been fostering him, but we think we'll keep him. That's nice of you, Rhett.
Yeah.
Ever since you played John Mellencamp to start the show the other day, I want to call him Mellencamp, and we could just call him Mel. He's a blue heeler cattle dog mix. I kind of like the name Blue, especially since he's mostly orange. Or it could be Rusty. Yeah, I think a lot of blue heelers are named Blue.
Don't do
think
that.
Don't do that. He said, I'm also completely happy with Doggy McDogface. Thanks for letting me listen. Rhett. And he sent some pictures of the pup who looks just like a sweetheart.
Now, I'm not very good at this.
Naming dogs?
I'm not either.
Because I replied to Rhett with my suggestion.
Which was what?
I said, he looks kind of like a Dexter to me.
Mm-hmm.
Not the serial killer, but Dexter Riley, Kurt Russell.
Mm-hmm.
Look it up. And Rhett replied, sad thing is, that's the only name that I won't use.
Oh, no.
Dexter was my dog of 13 years who got cancer and died earlier this year.
Way to go, Carrie.
I'm like, wow, I did not do
How
well.
could you know that?
I couldn't know that.
There's no way you could know that.
So, might I suggest then, we stick with the Kurt Russell theme, and we name him Jack, which is Jack Burton, his character in Big Trouble in Little China. How about that?
You could do Snake.
Snake Plissken.
Snake Plissken.
Except you have to name the I think you'd have to call the dog Snake Plissken. Here, Snake Plissken!
You'd have to.
I had a dog. I'm not good at naming dogs. I've only had a very few dogs, and when I was in high school, I acquired a dog who I named Fred L. Montmorency. That's not a very good dog name.
Look up the name of the dog in that Predator movie, the new one.
Oh!
Because it looks
He
kind of
looks
like
that, huh? Predator.
I just realized looking at the picture.
Oh, yeah.
Prey is the movie.
That's the same kind of dog, too.
Yeah, it looks like the same kind of dog.
That was a blue heeler.
Yeah, Prey was the movie.
Let me see. Names.
Cujo. Name him Cujo.
No.
No? Rover. Tippy. Name him Tippy.
Shoot, let's see.
Dog names are... I think Mellencamp is good, but if you name him Mellencamp, call him Mellencamp. Don't call him Mel.
No. I think you call him John Cougar Mellencamp.
Yeah,
John Cougar Mellencamp, you get in here.
I think Mellencamp is good, really, though. Here, Mellencamp.
I'm sorry. This was my dog. His name was Tippy.
Yeah, see? That's a good dog name.
You didn't find the name of the dog in Prey?
I mean, Coco is his real name, but that's not the name.
Coco is the real name of the dog.
Sorry?
Is it Sorry?
S-A-R-I-I, Sorry?
I think so.
Does that sound right?
Yeah, it does.
Astro.
Yeah, that'd be good. Rook of the Rimp. Rook of the Rimp. Does he talk, Rhett? Does the dog talk? in any way.
John Cougar Mellencamp. I want the whole thing. Because you do that for a cat.
Yeah, sorry is the dog and pray. Sorry is not.
No,
that's not good.
Hank. How about Hank? We need
Hank Kingsley.
Yeah, we need dogs to have more human, like Paul. Just name a dog Paul.
Yeah, people names.
Yeah, people names.
Steve?
Yeah. Steve. Hey, Steve. Come here, Steve. Come on. And then there'd
Alan?
be people
Steve
who
and Alan.
There'd be people who would look around. Like what? Why are you calling me? Yeah, I like
Alan!
Yeah.
Alan!
Yeah.
Alan! Alan! Alan!
We're not helping,
Ow!
Red. I don't
Alan!
think.
Alan! Alan! Steve! 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 Steve!
You're at the
Steve!
park.
Steve! Steve!
Yeah. Well.
All right.
But good for you for adopting your foster. That's
Scooby.
great.
Yeah. No.
Arrow. Mel. Pumpkin.
These people just texting
People
in.
just texting in.
Cutie patootie.
No.
Connor. Tanner.
Tanner? No.
Yeah.
You hear those names enough at the park. They're just over at the playground. They're not.
Bobby.
Yeah, Bobby is good for Bobby Hill.
Yeah.
I like it.
Anyway.
Dave? Dave. 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 Dave? Dave. 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 Dave? Dave. Dave.
Dave.
Dave. Dave. Dave. Dave. Dave. Dave. Dave. Dave. Dave. Dave. Dave.
Right, you have to make the dog wear a bandana too.
My assistant, Dave, right?
Somebody says, consider the route I went and chose an 80s film villain. My current dog is Hans Gruber. I love
Gruber.
that. I love that.
Oh, here we go. Dog Cougar Mellencamp. Thank you, Texter.
All right.
That was not helpful at all.
No, sorry.
True.
It's terrible out there, and the roads are just as bad. Stay home if you can. There's it was one thing that did come out of the whole COVID thing is the working from home.
It's possible to do.
It is
Very
possible
nice.
to do,
Yep.
and in a lot of cases, you should really think about it, bosses. I know you probably think that they're sitting at home in their pajamas. They are.
Mhm.
You know that. They are. But they're also, you can tell if they're getting their work done. You can see,
I mean, I do my whole show from home at night.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I should be home right now, I think is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, but unfortunately, it would mean Katie would have to be here.
That's true.
Yeah.
And that's not fair.
That's true. All right, time for Boner of the Day. 3 news stories. These are examples of bad, stupid, or funny human behavior. You will decide with your vote which one of these 3 is the worst. Which one should be Boner of the Day for April 4, 2023. We'll give you 2 candidates now, a third after the news. Once you've heard all 3, you'll vote. One of you lucky random Boner voters will receive.
Hopefully it fits. It's a Boner t-shirt.
That it? All
That's
right.
it. Good enough.
Here's Boner candidate number 1. When your machine is hot, you don't give it up no matter what. Everybody knows that if you go to a casino and select a slot machine, you can't walk away from it until you've completely given it all of your money and all of your dignity.
Yeah.
It's just bad luck to do it.
Mm-hmm.
But what happens when you get up to grab something to eat or use the bathroom? Somebody's absolutely going to swoop in on your machine and win big.
Mm-hmm.
So you can't risk that. The pros know this. That's why they diaper up.
Oh.
Before hitting, people do it. Before hitting the casino for hours on end. Amateurs figure this valuable lesson out the hard way. No matter what, you never leave your seat, not even for a quick trip to the bathroom. The other casino people cannot be trusted. They're like vultures waiting for you to slip up and take that bathroom break. That's why you just let fly while you're guarding your slot machine.
That's right.
You ride that hot streak.
Yeah.
Until the tides turn. It's a delicate science.
Hot streak, tides.
Yeah.
What are you leading to?
Diaper up. Well, this person sitting in front of the casino or slot machine at the casino didn't diaper up the right way. Didn't diaper up at all. Didn't learn the lesson.
Didn't get up.
No.
Peed all over the floor.
Well, I'm on a streak.
Woman peed all over the floor instead of leaving her slot machine. That's gross. It's awful. But I guess when your machine is hot, you just don't give it up.
You can.
And they're
No
feeding you
what.
free drinks
Yeah.
the entire time you're there.
They keep bringing them.
It's a great afternoon. I'm not going to lie, but
peed all over the floor. Boner candidate number 1. Here's boner candidate number 2. You know, I think DeSantis would simply just give every Floridian a gun if he could.
Mm-hmm.
Florida Governor Ron DeSantis yesterday signed a law allowing Floridians to carry a gun without a permit, a measure that aims to appeal to gun-loving GOP primary voters, even as Democrats warned it would increase violent crime. Days after the school shooting, Ron DeSantis signing this permitless gun law.
Did it behind closed doors. The only people that were allowed were Republicans and NRA members.
DeSantis, who's preparing to run against Donald Trump, has used Florida's legislative session to rack up policy victories, appealing to his party's right wing. By signing the law, DeSantis is fulfilling a campaign promise and joining the majority of U.S. states allowing the carrying of guns without a permit. You don't need a permission slip from the government to be able to exercise your constitutional rights, DeSantis said. DeSantis was visiting Adventure Outdoors, one of the East Coast's largest gun stores, as part of a book tour, largely considered a warm-up for a presidential campaign.
Honest, a book tour.
Florida's new law allows anyone over the age of 21 to carry a firearm without paying a fee or getting a permit from the state. Some gun rights advocates remain angry at DeSantis, however, for not forcing through legislation allowing people to openly carry firearms. While DeSantis said he would support such a measure, opposition from the Florida Sheriff's Association, which does support the new permitless carry law.
They do?
Yeah. Led key lawmakers to the Florida Senate to oppose it. They are opposed to open carry.
What's the difference?
Open carry is the reason they would be more prone to be against that is that it's a provocation. If you're walking around with a gun on your hip, it's a provocation, or could be read as such. Yeah, there you go. Florida Governor Ron DeSantis. He would just give everybody in Florida a gun if it was possible.
And everybody in Florida is going to get a gun. What could go wrong? It's Florida.
That's boner candidate number 2.
It'll be fine.
It'll be fine. Coming up in a moment, another gun boner candidate. What gun would you like to be shot with? Really? He asked that?
Yeah. Boner candidate number 3 coming up after this. Big Boy News and Opinnuendo, brought to you by.
If you're into Magic, Dungeons & Dragons, or Pokemon, Hastur has it. Scarlet and Violet, the new Pokemon TCG set, arrived Friday, March 31st with booster packs, booster boxes, elite trainer boxes, and more. Located at 6831 South State. Get store hours and more at HasturGames.com.
Well, I don't know what them country music people was thinking. Country Music Television Awards under fire after the annual event honoring the industry's best country performers included a performance from multiple drag queens. The criticized drag performance included biologically female singer Kelsea Ballerini, who sang her single titled "If You Go Down, I'm Going Down Too," alongside drag queen alumni from RuPaul's Drag Race. Following the award show, Ballerini tweeted, "If you go down, I'm going down too. Thank you to these iconic queens for celebrating love, self-expression, and performance." The drag queens in question, Manila Luzon, Jan Sport, Olivia Lux, and Kennedy Davenport. I love the names. Let's see. While some people took to Twitter to show their support for Ballerini and the drag queens at the CMT Awards, several others were really upset. "Y'all just don't stop, do you?" somebody tweeted. "Does everything have to be a platform to shove the Rainbow Mafia down our throats?"
Rainbow Mafia.
Can't you ever do country freaking music? There were plenty of people upset, but there were plenty of other people who said, that was kind of fun.
Yeah, any true country fan should be fine with it, because if you go back to the days of outlaw country with Johnny Cash, he did a drag show himself with Elton John.
And what about Lil Nas X? They loved him and embraced him a few years ago.
Russell Crowe has revealed, thank God he's not involved in the upcoming action film Gladiator 2.
We agree.
Thank God he will not be part of Gladiator 2. But, good news, Paddington Bear will be part of Paddington in Peru.
Number 3.
The third, the threequel. Because how could you do Paddington without Paddington?
Right.
Exactly.
This just in. Russell Crowe is not involved in Paddington in Peru.
Oh, good.
Oh.
Let's see. Former Sandy fire captain is going to spend 20 years in prison.
Wow.
After he pleaded guilty to charges, he used hidden cameras to record teenage girls as they were undressing. Clinton McKee, 46 years old, sentenced yesterday to a maximum of 20 years in the Utah State Correctional Facility for multiple counts of sexual exploitation of a minor.
Is he a drag performer?
No, I don't believe
Just
so.
checking. All right, just asking. I just wanted to...
McKee was also sentenced to jail for 2 counts of voyeurism. The sentences will run concurrently. The National Center for Missing and Exploited Children received a tip about a social media account that had uploaded and distributed child pornography. Investigators traced the IP address back to the residence of McKee, and he admitted, yep, I have viewed and distributed pornography as well as recorded teenage girls undressing with hidden cameras in an area of his house where a home business was operated. He had been a captain of the Sandy City Fire Department. At the time of his arrest, he was placed on administrative leave, and now he is no longer employed, it says. After 36 hours of searching, the Duchesne County Sheriff's Office recovered the body of the missing ice climber who fell off of a frozen waterfall on Sunday night. Search and rescue crews were in Indian Canyon, 13 miles out of the little town of Duchesne, until the scene was cleared around 5 p.m. Monday. The sheriff said that in his 25 years of serving Duchesne County, he was unaware that Indian Canyon was a popular climbing destination. Deputies said that a group of 3 climbers were taking on a waterfall when the ice fractured and they all fell 40 feet. One of the climbers was able to make it down uninjured, drive outside the canyon and find cell service and call 911. The other climber, another one, suffered serious injuries, had to be flown to the hospital, and then one had passed away. Meg O'Neill from Salt Lake City. Her body was recovered last night. Missouri Republicans are voting, or they have voted, to defund all of the state's public libraries.
Because that makes sense.
As the proposal moves to the Missouri State or to the Missouri Senate, public librarians are worried about how the draconian move would hurt the communities that they serve. The attempt to completely defund public libraries actually began with Senate Bill 775, legislation that was intended to provide more rights to sexual assault survivors. Republican State Senator Rick Bratton hijacked the bill and included an amendment that banned educators from providing sexually explicit material to students. Like many similar proposals, the wording was broad and unclear.
Of course.
The bill became law, and just a few months later, conservative parents began using it to target books with LGBTQ themes, smearing books about gender or sexual identity as pornography. The new law led to 300 books being removed from schools across the state. In February, the ACLU of Missouri and the Library Association filed a lawsuit against the state. Well, the Republicans said, well, we're not going to stand for that. They decided to retaliate, and they are proposing to cut every bit of funding to public libraries because the librarians are standing up against censorship.
And that's how they do it.
It's just so ridiculous.
That's the world that they want.
You remember that teacher who was shot by a 6-year-old kid at Rich Neck Elementary School in Newport News, Virginia?
Yes.
She recovered. She's suing school administrators and the school board for $40 million. Abigail Zwerner said the school had been aware of the students' violent nature and refused to take action, despite repeated warnings that he had a firearm at school the day of the shooting. She claims that the administrators knew about it and didn't take action against him. The first cell phone call was made 50 years ago today. Motorola engineer Martin Cooper made the first ever cell phone call to a rival. Cooper was standing on New York 6th Avenue. He hoisted up the 2.5-pound cell phone to his ear, dialed up Joe Engel of AT&T-owned Bell Laboratories, and said, "Hey, I'm calling you from a cellular phone, a real cellular phone, a handheld, a portable, real cellular phone." There was silence on the other end of the line, and Cooper told Bloomberg in 2015, "To this day, Joel doesn't remember that call, and I'm not sure I blame him." I guess AT&T was working on the same thing, and they were not having any success. This guy who invented the cell phone, or really made it work, was he said he based it on the police had radios in their cars, and they could talk back and forth. He said, and then he said, "I also really liked Star Trek, and I like the communicators."
Exactly.
And that's my two inspirations there. So there's an egg shortage, or eggs are expensive. Easter's coming up.
Been for quite some time.
So instead of dyeing Easter eggs for Easter, people are painting potatoes.
Oh,
I think that's it's just not the same thing.
Well, the eggs were so symbolic of
something.
Well,
I didn't know bunnies laid eggs. First of all,
well, but they paint them.
What?
I don't know. I'm just trying to.
You were
bring
trying to
any
find
meaning.
something there, weren't you? Mhm.
What?
All right, that's it.
All right. Weather, traffic.
Weather. It is snowing. It is going to keep snowing. And if you would like to avoid the snow, just stay home.
That's
How about
the
that?
best. Yes.
It's going to snow today and tomorrow. And then in a stark change of weather, we could reach as high as 68 degrees this upcoming Monday. Obviously, that's a few days out, and that could change. But things are going to warm up real fast after we got a big old dump of snow. Traffic itself, again, there is just a lot of bumper-to-bumper incidents all over the Wasatch Valley. Nothing too major that's truly impacting the traffic more than the snow itself. The only thing I can see is on I-15 northbound near Sandy. There's an incident there that is closing down one of the lanes. But if there is something that you think I'm missing, you can always report it by texting it to us. 33986 is where you can do that, and please do so safely.
All right.
Boner candidate number 3. What gun would you like to be shot with? Really? He asked that? A Tennessee politician attempted to school some students who were protesting gun violence at the Tennessee Capitol on Monday. He missed the mark, however. The students were reacting to a recent shooting we've talked about at the Christian private school in Nashville that led to the deaths of 3 kids and 3 adults. State Representative William Lamberth agreed to talk to the protesters, but he had a weird way of trying to win a debate with the students worried about getting shot in class. Lamberth's approach was to ask the students, "What firearm would you prefer to be shot with?" Quote, "If there is a firearm out there that you're comfortable being shot with, please show me which one it is," he asked. Lamberth probably thought the question he was asking was deep and Socratic, but it came across as heartless, especially when it was accompanied by a shrug. "So you're not going to like my answer, and look, I'm going to say that out straight up. It's not about this one gun," he said. He then claimed that it would be impossible to stop every single gun from getting into the hands of a crazy person, a deranged person, or a convicted felon, and even if it was done, it wouldn't do nothing to prevent y'all's safety, he said. Lamberth has previously protested red flag laws, saying that, quote, "We don't take people's Fourth Amendment rights or First Amendment rights or Second Amendment rights or Fifth Amendment rights without proper due process, without making sure that everyone knows what the rules are ahead of time." Naturally, his comments suggesting one gun will kill you the same as another were mocked by Twitter users, and rightfully so.
Rightfully so.
Boner candidate number 3. Well, what gun would you like to be shot with? He really asked that.
The one that makes me bleed out, or the one that leaves whatever's left of me for my family to clean up?
All right. Let's review the first two and vote.
Boner candidate number 1 was, when your machine is hot, you don't give it up no matter what. A woman peeing all over the floor because she wouldn't leave her slot machine at the casino. Boner candidate number 2, I think DeSantis would just simply like to give everybody in Florida a gun. Days after a school shooting, Ron DeSantis signing a law in Florida which will allow people to carry guns without a permit, without asking nothing. Yeah. You just go get a gun and carry it.
And to the gun nuts who are texting me saying, "Oh, we got that here." I'm like, yeah, we complained about it then too. All right.
And Boner candidate number 3, that's asking what gun they'd prefer to be shot with.
All right, here we go. You've got to decide of these 3 candidates, which one is the worst? Which one deserves to be Boner of the Day for today, April 4, 2023? 1, 2, or 3. Remember your candidate number, the one that you think should win. Put that single digit in the message of a text, and then text that to 33986. Pretty easy. Or you can call Katie in the producer's booth. She'll take your live voice votes at 877-602-9696. Or go online. Look for the box that says Boner of the Day, April 4, 2023. And vote there. If you don't see that box, refresh your internet browser. It'll appear. Click and vote. Actually, if you're out on the road, don't bother voting. We're okay with a low voter turnout today. Only vote if you're at home, which is where you should be. All right, you've only got about 3 minutes to do it, so let's go. This is Boner of the Day.
Now, did you find the Mitt Romney?
I did find the Mitt Romney.
All right, let me just read to you briefly where he did this. It was during a surprise appearance at a dinner this week.
Did he pop out of a cake?
For Washington, D.C. radio and television reporters, his top 10 list of reasons why he dropped out of the race for the White House earlier this year.
Oh, now I found the David Letterman. Is this a different thing that you're talking about?
It says here Romney offered the David Letterman-style list, written with the help of several campaign advisors at the Radio and Television Correspondents Annual Awards dinner Wednesday night. A video of the appearances available on YouTube.
Now, see, I've got the David Letterman. I don't know if this is the same thing.
Why don't you do it, and I'll see if that's
I also
the same
have
thing.
The other one, too. So.
Top 10 reasons Mitt Romney dropped out of the presidential race. Well, here you have it. As topical as though torn from today's headline. Exactly right. Top 10 reasons Mitt Romney dropped out of the presidential race. Here we go, number 10. Harsh Midwest weather was murder on his split ends. Number 9.
Is that?
This is not the Mitt Romney one. This is Letterman's, but let's see which one is funnier.
Okay.
Wants to devote more time to his rap persona, P. Mitty. P. Mitty. Number 8. Polls show public doesn't want a president who looks like a casino greeter.
That's good. That's good.
Number 7, just couldn't compete with the Ron Paul juggernaut. Number 6.
That's funny.
Unveiling a new line of honey-roasted Rom Nuts. What? What? What?
Honey-roasted Rom Nuts.
Honey-roasted Rom Nuts. I don't know what's the matter with the guy. Number 5, that bastard Zogby had it in for him. Number 4, apparently America's not ready for a white male president. Number 3.
That's a good one.
Number 3. No, number 3, a writer suffering from Mitt withdrawal. Number 2, there was that little problem of nobody voting for him. And the number 1 reason Mitt Romney dropped out of the presidential race, lost all of his money betting on the Patriots.
There you go. Time to award Boner of the Day.
And the Boner of the Day is brought to you in part by Baked Ham and Swiss Sandwiches.
Ooh, that sounds divine.
Oh, they were good.
And the Downtown Winter Market is open Saturdays at the Gateway from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. Shop for fresh produce, meats, and unique gift ideas in the craft market. More info at slcfarmersmarket.org.
Well, the 23 people were disgusted by the woman who peed all over the casino floor because she didn't want to give up her slot machine.
Yeah.
72 of you. That's pretty good voting.
I mean, for a day like today, yes.
Yeah.
Ron DeSantis signing that permitless carry law.
Mm-hmm.
But the Tennessee legislator, 147 votes, number 3 wins Boner of the Day.
There you go. That's your Boner of the Day for today, April 4, 2023. Now qualified to be Boner of the Week. Now, we've been accused of not talking about this $1,000 a day giveaway enough.
Enough?
Huh?
Yeah.
What do you mean?
Apparently, we haven't been talking about it enough.
People want to hear more about it? Because it's all we talk about.
They want to hear it from us,
well,
apparently. And not Bronouncer or, fancy promo or anything like that.
Okay, well, how about this?
So,
guess what? We're giving away $1,000 a day. How's that? Is that good enough?
I think you got to tell them how they win.
Oh.
How do you win?
Well, you see, once every hour, beginning at 6 a.m. and going until
7 p.m.
7 p.m.
Yeah.
Top of every hour, keyword. The person on the radio will read a keyword to you, and you text it to 33986.
Now, you can do that with every word.
Yeah.
And that's an entry for every time, which gives you more entries the more you listen and the more you enter.
I think that's 13 times you could do it.
At least 12. Because I don't think the 7 p.m. top of the hour counts. So from 6 a.m. to the
Well, from 6 to
p.m.
6 is 12 hours.
Right.
So if you do one more at 7,
so that's 13.
13.
Yes? Are we doing it at 7?
I'm not here in the
it ends
evening,
at
so
7.
I don't know.
I don't do
You
the
said
7 o'clock.
7.
Right. But from 6 a.m. to 7 p.m., the cutoff would be 7 p.m. Therefore, it would have to be done before 7. So 12 to 12?
You
maybe it's best that we don't
Yeah.
explain it. Maybe it's best that the Bronouncer explain
maybe
it.
so.
Yeah.
One nice thing about it.
Anyway.
You got a lot of chances to win. And when other radio stations do these kind of contests, they have they are stations all over the country, and everybody's competing. This is just us.
Yeah.
Us. Right here in the Wasatch Front.
It's me and you, baby, and $1,000.
Yes, we read one at 7 p.m.
So that's
it's 13.
Okay.
Lucky 13 chances for you to win $1,000.
I don't know what's the matter with you, Nick. Jeez.
I'm just trying to do math.
Well, don't.
Okay.
You're in college.
I am.
All right. So, we got your next word coming up here at 8 o'clock. And we'll have Tech Talk with JD coming up. Also, Beat Gina, or Beat Nick, as it were, today.
And I've got to have a few moments to leave my slot machine or I'm in trouble.
Well, read the letter from Kyle, and then you can go.
All right.
Well, after you talk about Rand Life, then you can
Okay.
Go. All right. Let's see. Is this sponsored? The letter from Kyle?
No. Get right in it.
Okay, well, let's go. Sorry, it's not queued up.
That's all right.
Sorry about that.
Well, now, this is not a letter from Kyle.
Oh.
It's a letter from Kyle's daughter, Nina.
Oh.
Now, I love this song.
Here we go.
There was a boy, a very strange enchanted boy.
That's Kyle Brown.
Mm-hmm.
Kyle, a longtime friend of the program. As a matter of fact, I believe his last letter sort of recounted his history. He started being on the radio with us when he was just like a high school kid and was with us for a long, long time. We found out that Kyle has ALS, Lou Gehrig's disease, and that's fatal. And he's getting worse, and he can't really talk very much, so he's been sending us letters about what's going on with him. But I opened it up today, and it says it was a letter from Kyle's daughter, Nina. Ever since I met Kyle, life got interesting and full of laughs. Like the first time we met, he blew out a tire because he took a corner too fast in a BMW 3 Series on a freeway entrance when I was just 6 years old. I believe so. I think Kyle's a father to Nina by marriage.
Mm-hmm.
He also loved to randomly bring animals to my mom's house, which is now why we have 3 cats. One of those animals also included a 3-month-old greyhound dog.
Oh, yeah, he did like the greyhounds,
He did.
Kyle.
He called my mom 30 minutes before bringing it home saying, "Hey, a tornado's about to show up at your house." His reasoning was so that my brother and I wouldn't be so lonely since we had just moved. My personal favorite animal rescue story, though, of Kyle's is after a bike race, he went to a Taco Bell in Payson, and he saw someone selling 2 Italian greyhounds and offered them $10 for both of the dogs. And then, of course, he brought them to a good home, ours. My favorite memories, though, were when we went on family trips. We would always go to St. George to bike and hike, and he would stop and catch lizards throughout the whole trip. Last summer, we went camping in the Tetons, and there was a platform where we had our tents set up on, and my siblings and I were walking underneath the platform one night, and all of a sudden, we could hear Kyle laughing above us. Come to find out, he was laughing because he had been peeing exactly in the spot where we were now walking. On our family trips, we have stayed at some really interesting places. We were going to Bear Lake, and there were no houses to stay at, but Kyle found a place. The people who owned the house told us to bring our own water because the water of the house had sulfur in it. Well, Kyle wanted us to go exploring the property, so we all went out, and there was an unattached garage from this house, and so we thought we were going to get murdered, but in that garage we found an LDS Prophet pumpkin carving kit.
What?
I guess you could.
That's a thing?
I guess. Would you look that up, Nick?
Yeah.
An LDS Prophet pumpkin carving kit.
Oh, I need one.
And a blank envelope with $10 in it. Kyle ended up taking the pumpkin carving kit home and used it the following Halloween. Kyle is the reason that I have had a lot of firsts that I will never forget. Kyle has taught me how to be a hard worker and to never, ever, ever give up. He lights up every room, and he has impacted so many people's lives. He's the best pretend dad ever, and I wouldn't want anyone else but Kyle to play that part in my life. And that's from Nina.
Aww.
And just to that part where Kyle has impacted so many people's lives, I had no idea, but I went to an event at, oh God, what high school is it? Anyway, it was for to honor Kyle, and there were hundreds of people there.
Mm-hmm.
Hundreds of people at this from the high school and teachers, and it was just amazing.
Yep.
Anyway.
All right.
I'm not seeing any Prophet pumpkin carving kits, but I do see LDS Temple carving kits and Golden Moroni carving
so you
kit.
get the Moroni blowing his horn.
Yeah.
On your pumpkin.
On your pumpkin. Okay.
Maybe that's what it was.
Maybe that's what it is. 'Cause I'm trying to imagine.
I'll just see the
This
face
is-
of like Gordon Monson
Yeah,
on,
yeah. This
on
is-
a pumpkin.
This is Spencer Kimball.
Yeah.
You know.
There's a Spencer Kimball pumpkin. Yeah.
I wish that existed.
A David O. McKay pumpkin. You could just do a whole line of. Here's the Brigham Young. You could do a whole line of prophets and
Ooh,
pumpkins.
Spooky. Oh.
Wow.
Here's a bit of irony for you.
Okay.
You know Ron DeSantis is coming to
Ooh.
Utah to speak at the Utah Republican State Convention in Orem.
When is that?
Later this month. And they will have magnetometers. No guns will be allowed at the
He's,
at this convention.
I mean, he's not going to be
Interesting.
passing them out like he does to a constituents of Florida?
No guns allowed.
You know, again, I say this, you know, what is he thinking? Does he forget where he lives? This is Florida. You're letting people carry guns around. Is this a good idea?
I just think it's ironic that that somebody who is so swinging so loose and free with guns will all then say, "No, I don't want any guns around.
Yeah,
no guns around."
Yeah. Well, it's always a threat when
you should
somebody else has it.
You
right?
should be standing up there, DeSantis, in front of those Republicans there and say, Okay, everybody, show me your guns. Come on, show them.
Yeah, pop them in the air.
But no, that won't happen.
No. All right, well, let's try some traffic then, shall we?
Let's try some traffic. Again, I'm just seeing fender benders across the board. Stay home if you can. Even staring right outside of our studio right now, I'm seeing a nice little sheet of snow blanketing the streets outside, and I'm sure it's that way across the entire valley. I had a few people texting and some stuff. I believe our own Jonathan Deasing passed some traffic over to Katie, who says, northbound I-15, 2 cars blocking the right 2 lanes right after the Spaghetti Bowl. And I'm seeing a few other similar type of deals rolling into this text chat as well. But if you want to send your own traffic updates, 33986 is where you can do that.
Yeah, they're going to have magnetometers.
Yeah.
Yeah. And apparently you meant Gordon Hinckley, not Gordon Monson. Because Gordon Monson is a columnist or something like that.
Yeah, I did mean Hinckley. That's right. Yeah, Gordon Monson is a columnist. Well, I'd like a Gordon Monson pumpkin, too.
Why not? Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah, I meant Hinckley. That's who I had. I can picture his face. That was in my mind.
To be fair, Gordon Monson does sound like a general authority. I mean,
100%.
That's a very Utah name.
Yes, it is.
All right, we'll take a break. We'll be back. Coming up, we got Tech Talk with JD. He's going to have some stuff for us. Beat Gina coming up. What's the prize for? Well, it's Beat Nick today.
Right.
What's the prize, Nick?
We're going to do Offspring tickets. We're going to be playing with Sum 41 and Simple Plan.
We'll have that for you coming up, along with some news. Dr. Angela Dunn, all kinds of things coming up. All right, now give us a minute or two here, and we'll have your next text-in word for the $1,000 a day giveaways.
We're not talking about it enough, apparently.
Not. Well, here's the somebody to talk about it. KXRK Provo.
The X96 1K.
Did you have some emails of interest?
I have an email of interest here. I think it's of great interest. It says it's an email of interest right in the subject line.
Now, see, that's the problem that I have with it, is that the writer has determined it's of interest, and we are the ones who determine if it is of interest.
I looked through. I think it is.
Okay. Email of interest.
And it came to us via Radio from Hell at x96.com. Anyone can send us an email of interest. There's another one here. It's not so interesting. But this one, an email of interest. It says, Dear, good morning, lords and ladies. Given these silly times, I've taken it upon myself to take Bill's advice of turning to the Great British Baking Show for solace. And I can't recommend it more. I also couldn't help but find correlations of my unknowing best friends, Radio from Hell, with the show, Great British Baking Show. So there are correlations. First one, number one, Bill. Bill equals Paul Hollywood. Not much of a surprise there, but all candidates are clearly over the moon with the guy. You see why it's an email of interest, of course. Any hint of approval, especially the Paul Hollywood handshake, is very reminiscent of Bill's Once Upon a Time. I'll give you a hearty handshake, a firm handshake. Bring candidates and viewers alike to tears. We all just want Bill to accept us, and it's a high bar. Number two, Gina equals Prue. Now, Prue is the lovely older woman who's Paul Hollywood's co-host and baker.
Judge.
Okay.
Yeah. Prue, obviously, she urges the candidates on, encourages them to reach their highest potential, but will still question certain missteps. She smooths out Paul's rough edges when she feels that the candidate is upset and just makes everything okay. Gina makes everything feel okay, but is not hesitant to step in when something isn't right. Just like Prue.
Nice.
And number 3, Carrie, equals Noel. He keeps everything moving. He cuts in at exactly the right time and keeps everyone's morale up. He's clearly an improv pro and lets no innuendo be unaddressed. Carrie is an absolute genius, it says here. I've been listening to Radio from Hell addictively since 1998, and I cannot imagine life without you guys.
Aw.
Love, Tawny.
Nice.
That's nice.
Email of interest. Thank you, Tawny. All right.
Giveaway powered by Cyprus Credit Union continues, and for yet another entry to be the local $1,000 winner, you got to text the keyword income to 33986. INCOME. Income. Send that over to 33986. Message and data rates may apply. Rules and details are on x96.com. See, I got a little distracted with the keyword there. Excel Automotive Repair, commuter vehicle repair specialists, Asian and small domestic vehicles, dealership quality service at independent shop rates. Located on 33rd South, 290 East. To make an appointment, visit excelautomotiverepair.com.
Thank you.
Well, look, he's come out of his cave, and
I made it in here.
You're looking more and more like a wild man every time I see you.
That's why I
Jonathan
felt
Deasing.
I couldn't stay home. I had to brave my way through this storm.
Proud of you.
I'm dressed for it.
We should have told you to just call.
Yeah, we should have, yeah.
Jonathan Deasing is here. He is the host of the 3-Bit Gamer Show, which is a podcast.
Yep.
And he hosts it with a couple of other yahoos.
Yeah, and this week we did a parody song of Sophie B. Hawkins, As I Lay Me Down, so...
Okay.
You know you want to hear that.
Sure.
Come on.
What have you got for us, Jonathan?
Okay, so what I've got this week is I've only got one game, but it is worth it. It makes up for the lack of other games. This is called Meet Your Maker, and it's honestly one of the neatest concepts for a game I've seen in years and years and years. So the idea here is that it's set in a post-apocalyptic wasteland like every other video game in the world, and you are building outposts. And it's like Minecraft meets Mario Maker.
This is like a grown-up Minecraft, is what I'm seeing.
Yeah, and if you guys are familiar with Mario Maker, where you can make your own Mario levels, and then people can just do them, and then you have kind of a community of Mario levels that people have made handcrafted to make them difficult or make them fun or challenging or whatever. Well, this Meet Your Maker takes that concept, and like Carrie mentioned, adds in a little bit of Minecraft and then adds a lot of Doom on top.
That's what I was going to say,
So it feels and looks like Doom. And so what you're doing is you're going and building an outpost. And it's, you want to you've got all the blocks and all the different settings to make it as neat and clever as you can. And then you want to build either a maze, or you can put in traps, or you can hide enemies behind walls. So someone's walking down a hallway, and then all of a sudden there's enemies behind them that they didn't know were there because you put them there in your trap.
Cool.
And then you can watch them go through these, and then you can adjust your outposts. And furthermore, you can go through other people's outposts with your friends if you want, or you can just go through yourself. It's out today on PC, Xbox, and PlayStation. It's called Meet Your Maker. And I could not get enough of this. Once I hadn't really heard of it, but I started digging in.
Yeah.
So Mario Maker, Doom, and Minecraft.
I was going to say it's like a combination of three great video games.
All classics, too.
Yes, I like the slogan, create to destroy.
Yes.
Yeah, I think you're going to see a lot of cool things. And, I mean, there's only so much a game developer can do in making levels like this, whereas you turn it to a community of tens of thousands of people, and we don't know what's going to happen. So
All
I
right,
can't
let's
wait.
get to this other stuff.
Okay, so we've also got an April Fool's prank that turned out to be real. Not a lot of good ones this year, but this one was awesome. Sega killed Sonic the Hedgehog.
What?
Yeah, he's dead now.
No.
According to in this new game they released a trailer for it. It's The Murder of Sonic the Hedgehog. It's a free-to-play, like, point-and-click murder mystery game. But they released the trailer, and everyone's like, "Oh, that's pretty funny. Like, I liked that." And then all of a sudden,
he's dead.
It's real. Like, the game is real. They're like, it's out now. It's free. If you have a PC or a Mac, all you need to do is get a free Steam account, and you can play this game for free.
So you're Barry the detective trying to solve the murder
of Sonic the Hedgehog.
Sonic the Hedgehog.
Yep.
Okay.
You kind of just like, so it's like Knives Out, but with Sonic.
I just pulled this up on Steam on my laptop, and it's overwhelmingly positive reviews. 98% of people.
And how many reviews is that? Like
10,000.
Yes.
It's
I'm telling
free.
you,
So
the best April Fool's prank this year is definitely The Murder of Sonic the Hedgehog, so you can play that for free. A couple other things up and around the internet. This one I found.
I know about this, and it's pretty amazing.
Oh my gosh, the tours! I love these digital tours, and they were really big during COVID. But now I'm like, let's just do more of them. This is the Svalbard Seed Vault in Norway. Norway. And this is a tour of the seed vault that you've probably seen in movies, read about, whatever.
Oh my hell!
And you can do the guided tour where there's this woman that kind of tells you everything, and you go your own pace, but you can just click next, which is nice because I like a guided tour. Or you can just cruise into the vault, which is what I did the first time. And you keep walking, you keep going down. But once you get down there, you get to the stacks. And you can just click on individual boxes, and they're like, these seeds are from the UK. Here's the different like trees that we have stored here and things like that.
Now, the purpose of this vault is to protect these seeds in case the end of the world happens.
Right.
Yeah.
So,
and now you'll know exactly where the location is if you need to go find like a.
I may need to.
You beat me to the joke.
Yes.
Or in the event that some of these species disappear for whatever reason, it may not be the end of the world. They may. Disappear for some reason.
And, seeds will last for hundreds, if not thousands of years if stored properly. And this is a proper way to store them. So if you guys want to check this out, it's on x96.com or it's virtualtourcompany.co.uk/global seed vault.
Now explain this next one.
I wasn't sure you guys would want to cover this. This is brief.
Do I want to click on this?
Yes, you can click on it.
Go ahead.
In fact, it's very funny. You guys, I don't know if you knew about this, but there is actually a corn hub. You heard that right? Corn. Like the yellow kerneled
I love
vegetable.
corn.
Yes. Yes.
Wow.
Well, then you will love Cornhub. Cornhub.website. Cornhub is exactly what it sounds like. It looks like a skin of Pornhub, but with corn.
Yep.
And all the videos are just of corn.
Of corn.
There's no people in these videos, just corn.
There are corn stars.
There are corn stars because they love corn. And if you love corn...
So if you like, I mean, you can pick... I mean, I'm watching a popcorn video right now.
Yeah, they're real. They're like real videos.
This is just the camera placed above a popcorn maker.
My mouth is watering.
I mean,
this
it's
video of corn gets hot while girlfriend is being buttered.
Here's young corn stars getting in a hot pool.
And it's just corn.
Just corn.
There's nothing dirty there.
No, just corn. So if you... If you want to not look at porn, but want people that are like around you to think you're looking at porn,
because it looks like the Pornhub layout
check out,
all the time.
Check out Cornhub.
Yeah.
And this last thing, this is just a fun time sink. This is a digital kaleidoscope I found.
Now this is pleasant.
Oh my gosh! So if you play with the controls, you can just like kind of get it to where you want it. You can zoom out, zoom in, but then just click and drag.
And you can change it.
Yeah, and you can just change your kaleidoscope.
That's comforting.
Yeah, I spent like 10 minutes at it, just like playing with the settings and then just staring at it. I mean, if you wanted to set this up as like a background on your computer and just like leave it, it'd be lovely.
That would be pleasant, yes.
But yeah, you can just click it and just spin it around like a traditional physical kaleidoscope. And
just put on a Pink Floyd record. And
just jam out. That would be a good activity for this. So yeah, that one also, it's colordodge.com/kaleidoscope, or you can check out the link on x96.com.
Would this be a trigger for people with epilepsy, though?
I think
that was my thought.
Any kaleidoscope would be potentially. I don't know.
It goes pretty slow, though.
Yeah, you can
drag really fast.
Yeah, you can turn the settings
make it go
down.
Faster,
You can make it go faster?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, just drag your mouse
drag and
over
drop
the screen.
Yeah.
And it changes.
Just click and drag, and it'll change it. It's like shaking it up. That's actually pretty cool.
Nice.
Yeah, so I thought something nice after all the corn.
You're going to go watch popcorn videos
go watch
the rest of the
corn.
day. So all of this is available at x96.com, Tech Talk with JD, and there you go.
Thanks, Jonathan. You're
Thank you.
Still not washing your hair?
No. We'll see. I'm on the no poo kick.
He's animal.
I'm a full animal now.
All right.
On the what?
No shampoo.
No.
You don't have to shampoo your hair.
Nope.
I told you
it's
I did
all a
it.
con.
He heard no poo as something different, so...
What are you supposed to hear it
I
as
know.
with no
I'm
context?
with you, but
Like-
then I have the context. So.
Okay.
I did it once, I told you.
Yeah.
And it was good up to a certain point, and then my scalp started to get all flaky. And
We're going to
weird.
see. Yeah, when I hit that point, then we'll return to the chemicals.
All right, thank you. Traffic, please, Nick.
Traffic. Again, just fender benders across the valley. Nothing too major slowing things up. But if you can stay home, please stay home with the weather out there. But if you are driving and can safely do so, let me know what's going on. 33986 is where you can report that.
All right. Beat Gina, or beat Nick as it is this week, because Gina is on vacation. If you can beat Nick at Pop Culture Trivia, multiple choice Pop Culture Trivia, you're going to win what?
Offspring tickets.
Nice.
But you got to give me a real good walloping to get them.
Offspring tickets. You got to beat Nick.
You should say you got to beat Nick, Daddy-O.
Yeah.
And if you beat him, you'll get those tickets. If not, you need to do something in his name. So you can line up now if you'd like. We're going to play some messages and a song here, so you decide. 877-602-9696. Offspring tickets if you beat Nick. You can win $1,000 every weekday with X96.
And unlike the we're having second thoughts because people will assume that's why we named him Donovan, and that's not the case.
And they picked it long before.
Yeah. Just parenthetically, there's a news story today that says 109 parents have apparently in 2018 named their baby Tesla. But I got an email from our former organized intern, Sarah Spain, about baby names.
Okay.
Said, I enjoyed listening to that letter from the woman who would like to name her child Donovan. I had a similar situation about 10 years ago. Despite the fact that my husband has repeatedly begged me to stop comparing our dog to other people's children, he's not here right now, so I'm going to do it. So they don't have kids, but we adopted a 2-year-old JRT.
Jack Russell Terrier.
Ah, yeah, very good. Thanks, Carrie.
Carrie speaks dog.
From the Humane Society in 2010, and her name was listed as Belle. Now, I feel strongly that dogs should have 2-syllable names.
You should feel strongly about that.
Nicknames and full titles notwithstanding, and so I changed it to Bella, trying to keep it as close to her original name as possible. A friend told me several years later that dogs are named like hurricanes as they come to the shelter. They just give them a name.
Yeah.
You can change it to whatever you want. They just give them a name because they want to call them something, but it's not that they respond to it necessarily or anything. So if you recall, in 2010, Twilight, the sparkly teenage vampires, was very popular, and every person asked me if I'd named my precious fur baby after that awful character from those books. I would posit that it's an actual insult that someone would think I would stain a creature with a name from the book series than someone thinking that you would name a child after, as Gina pointed out, a wonderful, generous human being and basketball player.
Yes.
However, years have passed and not one person asked me if I named her after Twilight anymore. The question I get asked more often now is whether she is male or female, and my favorite response to kids especially is that her reproductive organs were removed, and I've never been able to ask her how she identifies, so I'll just call her Bella and don't worry so much about the label. Like that. As Bill mentioned, in the time young Donovan is in school, not Donovan Mitchell, but the kid, Spida Mitchell will probably have retired. Regardless, Donovan is a lovely name. It isn't like Avery, Office Products, or Stockton. Malone has a middle name, sure, but as a first name? Some people shouldn't be, Malone as a middle name, sure, but as a first name, some people shouldn't be allowed to procreate. Or Zebulon or Elzard, hand to Thor. I absolutely attended school with both of those.
Really?
Wow.
Yeah, Elzar and Zebulon. Or many of the other asinine names that people come up with to make their kids different. All it does is make each school year difficult as the teacher and new friends try to figure out how to say and or spell the name. So you shouldn't care what other people think. If 5 people think you named them after a great person and a basketball player, so what? At least it isn't someone who is a real turd. My name is Sarah every day. And every day I want to smack Sarah Huckabee Sanders for smearing our good name.
That's right.
You'd be hard-pressed to find a name for a child that doesn't carry with it someone who had it before. Good luck. Hope you get lots of sleep before August. I don't know why before August. What?
Don't know.
I don't know.
Is something happening in August?
Do we not know?
I don't know.
Does she know something we don't?
Maybe.
Oh, no. She's talking about the people whose baby's going to be born in August.
Oh, she's not talking to us.
No.
She's talking to them.
Yeah.
Okay, good.
Confusing.
She says, adopt, don't shop. Love the show. Gina, you don't ruin anything. Love your former intern, Sarah.
You know, I was at that graduation this weekend, so you spend 3 hours listening to names being read.
Mm-hmm.
There were 2 princesses.
The name.
The name Princess. And one of them, middle name...
What?
Leia.
Really?
Princess Leia.
I thought they didn't say the middle name.
No, I said some of them.
Don't they know that she's a general? General Leia.
Well, it's
Sanderson.
Not a princess anymore.
But there was an actual Princess Leia.
Wow.
And a lot of Emilys.
Emilys.
A lot of Emilys.
You've gotten a lot of crap over the years for naming your kid Festus.
I have.
Yeah.
He was the only one in his class.
Festus, it's a biblical name.
And people spell it wrong all the time. They spell it with an IS. No. On his birth certificate, it's US.
Festus. It's a biblical king. Look it up. King Festus. It's true.
But yeah, if you want to run your baby names by us, email them to us, radiofromhell@x96.com.
Yeah, if you have any doubts about baby names or you're having a hard time coming up with one, my go-to name is Shlomo. But
there's a chat room. I know a guy named Zoltan Kolazar.
Oh, poor guy.
Well, he's Hungarian. I don't know.
I think that's Zoltan is a name that they give kids in Hungary.
A friend named Rachel was an elementary school teacher. One year, her bad student was also named Rachel. She spent every day yelling at herself.
Rachel!
Yeah, don't don't ever talk to teachers about what your baby name is, because inevitably they've had someone in their class that was the terrible kid, has the. So just don't run it by teachers. You'll never be able to pick a name because they all have. Oh no, that's.
I had a bad Thane once.
A bad Thane?
Thane.
Thane.
He was a bad kid.
Thane. That's what.
I pulled Thane out because someone in the chat room says, "I love my son's name, Thane."
Thane.
Oh, is Thane a Utah thing?
No.
Are there Thanes everywhere?
Are there Thanes?
Yeah, I think so. It's not common, but it is.
I feel like it's a Utah name.
No, it isn't.
And I don't know why, and don't take this personally if your name is. I've never cared for the name Nathan.
How do you feel about Nate?
Nate's all right. For some reason, Nathan. I've just never cared for that name.
I saw our friend Nathan from the mattress firm. He now works at R.C. Willey. See, Nathan, he's a nice guy.
He's a good dude. Yeah, I've never cared for the name. Like I said, don't take it personally. It's something wrong in my brain. All right?
I'm looking up Thane, Gina, just to see. But
how popular is
I don't know how popular it is.
Well, if it's very popular, then it must be everywhere.
Well, no, I don't know that.
I know a dude named Christian Shank. The hell? The last name Shank. There's just no right name, I think. First birthday to Mike Ness, lead singer and vocalist and songwriter for Social Distortion. There you go.
The excitement has been building all morning, and anticipation is high. The house lights will soon be dimmed, and the stage lights will illuminate the game show stage as we begin to play Beat Nick.
Oh?
Daddy-O. I'm professional game show announcer Johnny Ola. I'm sure you know that happy families say good morning to good health. That's why you should give your family delicious Ovaltine every day.
Oh.
It helps to put them on top of the world.
Mm-hmm.
Now remember, only Ovaltine gives you malt, plus milk, plus eggs, plus added vitamins. Ovaltine is the Plus Foods beverage, which assists in the building up and maintaining health, strength, and energy.
Yes.
As a nightcap, it encourages natural restorative sleep of the best kind. So, make delicious Ovaltine your family food beverage. There is nothing like it. Ovaltine, it costs so little, and it gives so much.
Love Ovaltine.
And now, here he is. There's no one like him, and he gives so much. Your host, Kerry Jackson.
Thank you, Johnny Ola.
You're welcome.
A little vanilla ice cream and sprinkle the Ovaltine powder on top of it.
I've never had Ovaltine.
I always used to think it was Ovaltine.
Ovaltine.
Until I became an announcer.
And then you learned.
I just know the Christmas Story reference.
Oh, you try
Drink
Ovaltine. It's
your
delicious.
Ovaltine.
Yeah. All right, we got the randomizer going, and it has chosen Doug to be your contestant, the person you're going up against today. Nick, Doug, are you there?
Doug?
Yes, I'm here.
Oh, Doug. Okay, we're going to toss a coin to see who goes first. It will give you an advantage in the game. Heads or tails? Call it, Doug.
Yeah, let's go ahead.
Coin Toss app says tails, as you can see, which means
Oh.
Nick goes first. You are further away from getting those Offspring tickets. But if, Doug, if you manage to come from behind and beat Nick, what are you prepared to do in his name?
I am prepared to give $50 to the road home.
All right, there we go. Let's,
Acceptable.
Now, the questions this week are all leftover questions, so they're questions with Gina in mind. But
okay,
this is going to get hard for you, Nick. I don't know how many times you've seen the movie Pretty Woman.
My mom's talked about it. That's as far as my
all right
knowledge goes.
These first few questions are from the movie Pretty Woman. So the first question goes to Nick. It is his to answer exclusively. It's multiple choice. If he gets it correct, he gets the point. If not, Doug, I will ask you the same question, and you can steal the point away. We'll go back and forth like that till one of you get 3 points. First question for Nick. What is the name of the bar that Vivian goes to? Yeah, you're going to get this wrong. Is it 1, the My Alibi Bar, 2, the Winchester, 3, the Blue Banana, or 4, Bob's Country Bunker?
I don't even know what the joke answers are with that.
Really? I don't think 1 you'd get.
I mean, 3.
The Blue Banana is correct.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, there you are.
Look at
1
that.
point for Nick. I don't know how you got that.
That's how I've passed every single test.
God.
All right, it's 1-0. Doug, let's see if you can get into the game here.
All right, Doug, here we go. Also a Pretty Woman trivia question. Now, as you know, when movies are being made, they are being produced under a title that is not necessarily the final title of the movie. Why was the movie Pretty Woman originally titled 3000? Is it 1, unknown because it still remains a mystery of theater science? 2, Edward offers Vivian $3,000 for her time? 3, the film is set in the year 3000? Or 4, Julia Roberts' famous line, I love you 3000?
$3,000 seems kind of cheap, but I guess I'm going to go with that one.
Yes. Well, you have to remember it was at the time it was a lot of money.
There's been a lot of inflation since then.
Yes. Prostitution prices have gone up.
Yes, they have.
Yeah.
Prostitution and eggs. All right, it's 1-1. Nick's turn.
And when is Joe Biden going to do something about the price of prostitution?
I don't know.
All right. All right. Nick is next. We're moving on to AC/DC trivia, the band AC/DC. All right?
Do a little bit better here.
All right. Here you go. Let's see how you do. Who formed AC/DC?
Okay.
Who formed the band? Is it 1, could it be Satan? Is it 2, drummer Phil Rudd put a flyer up in a Sydney coffee shop? Is it 3, politician and philanthropist business owner Damian Thorne? Or 4, brothers Angus and Malcolm Young?
Normally I'd go with 4, but because they are from Australia, I'm going to go with B.
Well, you'd think that. No.
What was B?
B? Drummer Phil Rudd put a flyer up in a Sydney coffee shop. Yes, they are from Australia, but I'm sorry. Let's go to Doug.
You got a chance to steal.
Yeah, I'm going to have to go with 4.
Brothers Angus
Yes.
and Malcolm Young.
I thought it was too obvious.
It did seem that way. I agree with you,
Yeah.
Nick. All right, it's 2-1. Doug, you have 2 points, and you control the question, and perhaps you have the fate of the game in your hands.
Wow.
What did Angus Young of AC/DC receive in 2006? Is it 1, his contract with Satan expired? 2, the Pick of Destiny? 3, a Legend Award? Or 4, the Clean Plate Club Award?
As much as I want to say 2, I'm going to have to go with 3.
Legend.
And Doug
Yeah.
wins the game handily. Nicely
Thank
done.
you, Doug.
Way to go, Doug. You've done well. You win tickets to
The Offspring, who are going to be playing with Sum 41 and Simple Plan over at USANA Amphitheater this upcoming August 3rd. And if you want details about that, to anybody listening, you can find them over at x96.com.
All right.
Hang on, Doug, and they'll tell you how to get your tickets, all right? You're
Hang
welcome.
on, there we go.
Listen, I'm heading out now. It's time for my daily dose of Ovaltine and gin.
And
It's a good mixer.
Okay. You could make a White Russian with Ovaltine, couldn't you?
I just
Don't ask
Ovaltine
me.
and gin. I don't know.
Anyway. All right, Big Boy News and Opinioendo brought to you by
Feldman's Deli, Utah's authentic Jewish deli with expanded hours, now open Tuesday through Saturday, 8 a.m. through 8:30 p.m., breakfast till 10:30, lunch and dinner, and live music Fridays and Saturdays. More info at feldmansdeli.com.
Nick, I've been sort of holding back on this news because I just don't want you to cry, but wrestling legend Bushwhacker Butch has passed away.
No!
After a brief illness. His longtime tag team partner, Luke.
Partner.
Yes. Announced that he had died. He was 78 years old. Butch, whose real name was Bob Miller, was hospitalized in the ICU on Friday after arriving in Los Angeles for WrestleMania, which was a result of a situation with medication, they said.
Oh.
Luke said in an interview over the weekend it was in a situation with medication. He flew in from New Zealand on Wednesday. All was good. Friday morning, he was incognito, as Luke put it. Butch started wrestling in New Zealand in 1964, made his way to the States shortly thereafter, and alongside Luke, the Bushwhackers, as they were known, blew up once they signed with World Wrestling Federation. Yeah. I'm sorry, what?
They're kind of New Zealand rednecks.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Kerry was doing a mime of, their
They'd come walking
tag team
in
thing.
like this, you know.
Bushwhacker Luke, I guess, and Bushwhacker Butch.
Yes.
Yeah. Dead at the... they're not really saying why he died, just a result of some medication problem. I don't know.
Those guys aren't built to last.
And the Last of Us, well, he was 78.
True.
The Last of Us star Bella Ramsey has confessed her love for kind of a weird breakfast choice.
What?
And now everyone on Twitter is itching with curiosity over the controversial breakfast meal. The Last of Us star, who is non-binary and uses all pronouns, spilled the beans in a resurfaced January interview with The Hollywood Reporter. No, it's not beans that she has for breakfast.
No.
They were with Pedro Pascal, co-star, in which Ramsey shared that the last meal she had eaten was cornflakes with orange juice instead of milk.
What?
Yeah. Ramsey says, it is so good. Cornflakes with orange juice.
With orange juice?
No.
There once wasn't milk that I could drink, and there wasn't oat milk or almond milk, so I just tried orange juice one time years ago, and I loved it.
Huh.
Pedro Pascal says, you loved it? And,
well, I mean, it's orange juice.
Plenty
of sugar.
I guess it'd be okay.
Kind of like...
Give it a try.
Didn't they do an orange-flavored Frosted Flake at one time?
I don't
think
recall.
so. I know they had an orange flake. I'll have to go back in my cereal archives.
Pulp or no pulp with that combination?
Well, it'd be no pulp.
You'd want no pulp, I would think.
But yes, it is spring. It has been spring for 2 weeks.
What?
But that hasn't stopped yet another major winter storm from hitting Utah. The winter storm warning remains in effect for much of the state until 6 p.m. tonight.
Mm-hmm.
And a lot of snow is expected, according to the National Weather Service. Utahns, that's us, shouldn't expect any relief from this until Wednesday.
No.
Snowfall forecasts include 5 to 10 inches in the valleys along the Wasatch Front, with possible 15 to 18 inches accumulation in some areas, 2 to 3 feet in the mountains of northern Utah, more than 4 feet possible in the Cottonwoods and the mountains in Davis County, 10 to 20 inches on the northern slopes of the Uintas, 1 to 2 feet in other mountains throughout Utah, with the exception of the southeastern part of the state. In Salt Lake City, the average snowfall for the entire month of April is typically 2.9 inches.
Jeez.
As of Monday, there was a high avalanche danger in the Uintas and considerable danger in the mountains near Salt Lake, Provo, Ogden, and Logan. So snow will continue at least through tonight.
I'm trying to find what resort it was, but there was one recently that had to close down because the snow was so high they couldn't even move
It was
the gondola.
It was
Brighton.
Brighton.
Yeah.
Brighton.
I believe it was Brighton.
Jeez.
And, of course, our chat room is doing research on orange-flavored breakfast cereals. There was Orange Cream Pop Crunch from Captain Crunch. And this is the one I was thinking of, Super Orange Crisp, which was Super Sugar Crisp, but it had flavor orange. That's the one I was thinking of.
And there's a reason they're not around anymore.
And, of course, Quake was orange-flavored as well.
Yeah. While early numbers may appear to show the struggle to pass a state referendum allowing voters a say in the new Utah state flag, organizers say they'll meet the requirements to get the question on the ballot. After the Utah state legislature approved the new flag on March 2, a group filed a referendum that would leave it up to the voters to decide whether they wanted the flag or not. Getting the referendum on the ballot for a vote later this year requires more than 134,000 signatures by April 12th. As of 9 a.m. yesterday, the group had 2,291 signatures, or about 0.017% of those needed to get the question on the ballot. Kids, I don't think it's going to happen. You can voice all the confidence you want, and I'm thinking it's not going to happen, not necessarily because people are so in love with the new flag and really it's or hate the new flag. It's because they don't care. Flag, get away from me. I don't want to. Get away. Let's see. The Rocky Mountain Power says it will shut down its coal-fired power plants in Emery County by 2032 and replace them with smaller nuclear powered plants in the same location.
Nuclear?
Yeah.
Is there enough water for that?
Well, there's pretty small nuclear facilities. So the utility company also announces they will reduce operations in 2 coal plants starting this summer and install technology to remove some of the pollutants. With that combination, the company says it can comply with the federal ozone transfer rule in the remaining years that the plants stay open. 2 deaths linked to, Nick, I know you like stuff like this. The Jetson Electric Bike Company, they're recalling their Rogue model hoverboards because they pose a fire risk. The recalled Rogue hoverboards, you have one, don't you?
I do not.
Oh. They have 2 wheels that light up in different colors, black, blue, red, pink, and purple. They're not really hoverboards.
Is that the horizontal hoverboard or the straight one?
You stand on it like that, and
like a skateboard, or like
no,
like I'm just facing forward,
like a Segway without a handle.
Okay, yeah,
that makes sense.
There's the 2 kinds.
Yeah,
there's one with 2 wheels and one with 1 wheel.
Correct.
Yeah. Oh, there's a guy in my neighborhood with the one with the big wheel, one wheel in the center. My God, he goes everywhere.
Those are
thing.
Cool. Yeah, he can haul ass in those
and he just he's fast, and it seems not to matter like the sidewalk in front of my house is that old sandstone blocks instead of concrete, and they have the tendency to be uneven and everything. He just blasts down there. Doesn't seem to bother him a bit.
Yeah, when the weather's warmer, I've seen people on campus riding those around.
Disney CEO Bob Iger has responded to Governor Ron DeSantis' hand-picked board after they took actions to strip Disney of some powers over the land that Disney World calls home in Central Florida. Iger said the moves that DeSantis took were anti-business. He believes Governor DeSantis has taken apparent retaliation measures against Disney for its position on legislation in Florida. Disney took a position on the state's House Bill 1557, known as the Don't Say Gay legislation. The new law took effect in July of 2022 and prohibits certain discussions of sexuality and gender in classrooms in Florida. Employees with Disney asked the company publicly to take a stance on the legislation, and so Disney said, okay, we're against it.
And there's no doubt that that's why Ron DeFascist did this. He said as much.
Sure.
You know, this is where woke goes to die, he keeps saying, and he's your GOP nominee.
Iger said Disney loves Florida and appreciates what the state has done for the company, but he said this is I heard him speaking, and he said, these are our coworkers, and when we are trying to do the right thing for our coworkers.
Exactly.
He says it's anti-business for DeSantis to do this, and we stand by what we did, and will continue to do it. And finally, this, speaking of Disneyland, a woman who attended the 1955 opening day of Disneyland in
Yes.
California,
My dad was there.
just celebrated another big occasion at the park, her 100th birthday.
Wow.
Dee Kalafa and her family returned to the Anaheim attraction on March 29th to mark her special day with a celebration almost 7 decades after she first visited Disneyland on the first day it opened as an amusement park. I didn't know what they were going to do this much, Kalafa said. I was just real pleased that they were going to bring me a celebration. But they had Disney threw her a big party.
That's nice.
Yeah, very nice.
All right. Sports weather traffic.
Sports justice has come to the Ohio fishing tournament. 2 men accused of stuffing fish with lead weights and fish fillets in an attempt to win thousands of dollars in an Ohio fishing tournament last fall pleaded guilty Monday to charges including cheating. As part of their plea deal, Runyon and Kaminsky pleaded guilty to cheating and unlawful ownership of wild animals and agreed to 3-year suspensions of their fishing licenses. And Kaminsky also agreed to give up his bass boat worth $100,000.
I thought Runyon and Kaminsky was a comedy team.
Certainly
the comedy
sounds like it.
stylings of Runyon and Kaminsky.
Well, as the article describes here, they were caught when they were presenting the fish to the tournament director, and in front of a crowd of people, they cut it open, and just a bunch of weights,
Lead weights fell out.
So,
Sinkers.
Smart.
they still need to be sentenced, which is going to happen before or on May 11th, but they got to give up their boat because of that. Taking a gander at the weather, it's just snowing today. It's going to snow a little bit tomorrow. There is a weather advisory in effect up until 6 p.m. tonight, which is obviously blanketing the roads right now into traffic. I've been trying to update my UDOT traffic website for the past 5-10 minutes, and it's not going. I would assume if it's anything like I've been watching this morning, there's a bunch of fender benders all over the Wasatch Valley with a few people texting in their own traffic reports as well. Entrance for the 4700 South ramp is totally blocked by a semi. Thank you for texting that in. Slow down on 12600 South Mountain View area. Avoid that, but if you want to send anything else, 33986 is where you can do that, and please safely do so. That is brought to you by Take a Visual Trip while listening to some of your favorite rock bands at Clark Planetarium. Cosmic Light shows play in the Hanson Dome Theater every Friday and Saturday night. Visit clarkplanetarium.org for tickets.
All right. Don't forget, coming up at 9 o'clock, we got your next keyword in the $1,000 a day giveaway. And shortly after that, it's the Boner Recap, your chance to win some prizes. Stand by for all of that.
Listen to Radio from Hell at Home when you first wake up. Just tell your smart speaker to...
I like your shirt, by the way. New shirt?
No.
What?
Old shirt.
You never wear it, though.
No, I don't.
Why not?
I don't know.
It's a nice shirt.
I don't wear it very often.
Well, you should.
Okay. Great.
I gave you a compliment.
Then maybe I will. I will wear it as often as I ever do, which is not often. It's a shirt that I bought. I remember exactly when I bought this shirt. It's when there was an Old Navy over here on 4th South.
Mm-hmm.
Over there
Where
on 4th
Trader
South.
Joe's is going to be.
Yeah. And there was an Old Navy there. And I went in there one day, and they had this big pile of shirts on the floor. I'm not kidding, as Old Navy does sometimes. And they said, all of the shirts in this pile are $1.20. I'm not kidding. $1.20. And I thought, this shirt being $1.20, that's a negative money.
Yeah. It costs more than that to...
Yeah, there's more material in this shirt. There's more little, Vietnamese or Singaporean child finger blood in this shirt from sewing the buttons on. And so I bought it for $1.20 off the floor at the Old Navy.
You would not think that.
It's not. It's just a dumb shirt.
You should have kept the receipt in the pocket. My sister bought a coat
But we
once.
never do a 120 time check, Gina. So
My sister bought a coat once that was on sale, and it ended up being $7, and she kept the receipt in the pocket so that anytime anybody said, "I like that coat,"
her sister Minnie Pearl.
no, Mikkel,
just to
I
prove.
like that coat, she'd say, $7. No, it's not. I have the receipt. She kept it in the pocket.
right there. Right
$7 coat.
That is the see again. That's the kind of thing that the Barbary girls are interested in.
$7? I don't believe that was $7.
But you could have a debate with some other people about the political situation in Tibet or the existence of God. But when you're debating with the Barbary girls, it's whether Bill Murray is going to go crashing parties and how much the coat cost. Is she the good-looking one?
They are all good-looking.
No, they are not.
They are. All of my sisters are good-looking.
Lolita!
Certainly not. All right, let's get this over with.
One is better looking than the others.
No, they are all good-looking.
It's that one that's really good-looking, and then there's
Why you guys do this?
there's an okay one, and then there's that
I
other
get phone calls
one.
every time you do this.
Which one is he talking about?
They know.
Yeah,
They know.
all. I'm surprised they call. All they have to do is look in the mirror.
Yeah,
It's me.
All
Come
they
on.
have to do is look at a family photo, Gina. They'll all point to the good-looking one.
All the Barbary girls know. They know who the good-looking one is. It's true.
So we're not making these things up.
Is on the phone.
Dr. Angela Dunn, the chief, the big boss at the Salt Lake County Health Department. Good morning, Dr. Dunn.
Good morning, guys. How are you?
Good, good. I should say well. When you say good, that's
well.
I'm well, thank you. I see here, and we mentioned this in the news last week, but it wasn't in Utah, that there were cases of measles. I think it was in upstate New York, as I recall, but there's a confirmed case in Salt Lake County.
Oops.
Yeah, yep. We have our first measles case for the year in an individual who was unvaccinated and traveled internationally. So they were exposed on their international trip and came back with measles.
Great.
Is that it's an adult then?
It isn't. It is a person under the age of 18.
Oh, okay. Talk about why is this a big deal? Why is it a big deal?
Yeah, well, it's a big deal because, first of all, measles is probably one of the most contagious diseases that we have around. So, a lot of people got used to the epidemiologic language we used during COVID. So hopefully this makes sense to you and your listeners. So one person with measles can infect up to 12 individuals who don't have their vaccine. So comparison COVID, at the beginning, one COVID person with COVID infected 3 people. Omicron was more contagious, and one person with COVID infected 8 people. But measles, we're talking a really, really big contagion effect. However, we've got a great vaccine. That's, over 97% effective. But if you're not vaccinated and you're around someone with measles, you're sure to get it, and it can cause especially kids and older adults to be really, really sick and sometimes even cause death.
Now, a lot of people may not know if they're vaccinated or not.
For measles. That's
for
right.
measles. They may not know that they are or aren't. Is there a way to find out?
Because I'm pretty sure I am.
Yeah, most people, it is a routine vaccine now, and so typically you get it around 12 to 15 months, and then again between 4 and 6 years. That's for people who were born after 1957. So if we have folks out there that are born before 1957, most people were exposed. If they were born earlier.
Yeah.
If you need to find out your vaccine records, you can definitely contact our Salt Lake County Health Department, and we can help you find your immunization records. But the other way to do it is you can get a blood test to see if you're immune as well. So you can contact your provider and do a quick blood test to see if you have immunity or if you need a measles booster.
I had measles as a child, and it was no fun. I remember it well. I remember looking at my face in the mirror and just thinking, oh, my God, this is awful. And I remember being feverish, having a high fever, and being incredibly uncomfortable for a few days. But I got better. And
that's great.
If you've had measles, did that give me immunity?
It did, yep.
Okay.
So you're good. Typically people have lifelong immunity, but if you're concerned, you can definitely get that blood test as well. But you are considered immune.
No problem. And I had I don't know if you can judge by how bad the case. I mean, I was just covered with
bumps.
It just creeps me out to think about it. It's
Yeah.
an awful thing. So what happens when you have a confirmed case of measles, as you do here in Salt Lake County? What do you force this person to quarantine? Do you or suggest that they quarantine, or what do you do?
Yeah, well, thankfully, this individual and the family are really great partners in preventing the spread. So the individual who is sick is staying isolated until they get better. We also did contact tracing to find out everybody who was possibly exposed. So the hard part about measles is that it actually can live on surfaces and in the air for about 2 hours after the person leaves. And so this person was, seeking health care. So we had to get in touch with ER and people who visited the pediatrician's office, not only when the person was there, but 2 hours after.
Oh,
and everybody who's not immune, so hasn't had measles or they're not vaccinated, they are asked to quarantine, so to stay home for 21 days and watch for symptoms in case they develop measles. And really, that's the way we prevent spread.
Wow.
We also offered everybody post-exposure prophylaxis, so basically a measles vaccine. So if they're able to get that within 3 days of being exposed, that'll prevent them from getting measles. But it's hard to contact everybody within that 3-day window. Oftentimes we don't even hear of the case until later.
Yeah.
So, big contact tracing event.
When I was a kid, and I had measles, and I didn't get the measles. I mean, I don't know where I got it. I don't think we ever determined that. But they used to do things like, well, we better expose kids to measles because it'll make them immune. And so if some kid in the neighborhood had measles, the parents would bring their uninfected kids over and have a play date so that
measles party,
so that they would catch the measles as well. And that was really stupid, wasn't it?
Yeah, thankfully we have a great vaccine now, which is definitely less risky than getting the disease itself.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah.
All right. Dr. Dunn, next time we talk to you, maybe we could talk about polio. Wouldn't that be fun?
Gosh, I hope you didn't just jinx us.
The way we're going. We have a quick COVID question for you, if you are amenable. Let's see. It's a texter says, I've had all 3 Moderna shots. Last one, 11/21. We are both over 65. Is there another shot we need?
Yeah, actually, the CDC finally came out with definitive evidence and recommendations yesterday, and we are looking at an annual booster. So nothing for you to do right now. Be on the lookout for fall of 2023 when we get the flu shot. There will likely be another call for COVID boosters as well.
Sort of a combo platter.
Yeah, yeah.
Hopefully, yeah.
I think I did that this last fall. I think I got a COVID and I know I got a flu shot.
I
think I got a COVID shot.
I got a flu shot.
Anyway, Dr. Dunn, it's always a pleasure to talk to you. Thanks for checking in with us, and we'll talk to you again soon, I hope.
Yeah, thanks for letting me listen. Have a good one.
It's our pleasure.
Thank you, Doctor. All right. Yeah, that's
Yeah.
measles.
I
man.
just I had chicken pox too
Oh yeah.
when I was a kid. That was worse.
Well, as I saw somebody saying, they used to have chicken pox parties, which seem less dangerous than a measles party.
And if you are an older adult and you had measles as a kid, that's where shingles comes from.
Yeah.
The measles, it lives on in my body somewhere.
It
It never goes away. That little, and it doesn't always trigger, but sometimes it can trigger and cause shingles.
Yeah.
Oh.
And their shingles is really awful.
That is a hell I don't wish on anybody.
But there is
Sue occasionally gets a flare up.
Oh, really?
Once in a great while, but
There
it's been
is
a long time. But
there is a 2-series shots
Yeah.
that will protect you from shingles, getting shingles.
Separate from a measles
Yeah.
shot? Because
Yeah.
it's not the same thing, but it causes it?
or it's chicken pox is where shingles.
Oh, my bad.
Is it
I'm
chicken
getting
pox?
confused.
I thought it was measles.
No,
but-
it's from chicken pox.
Okay. Well, at any rate, I got the vaccine, so I won't get shingles.
Yeah.
All right.
And I had mumps, too.
Mumps?
I had all of them.
I got them all.
I had all them childhood diseases. It was no fun.
All right.
Rheumatic fever. I had rheumatic fever.
I got a swine flu.
I had an arm cut off.
Katie's pointing
in an
as well.
accident.
She got it. I remember she got that.
Dropsy. You
Yeah.
got dropsy.
Yeah. I had a
Traffic. I think a lot of people are being smart and staying home, as most of the incidents that I am staring at here on the UDOT screen that is slowly refreshing are just those fender bender situations that I was talking about. But again, if you can stay home, just do so. The roads are way too bad out there right now. Yeah, that is your traffic report on this snowy Tuesday morning.
Thank you very much. Now, don't forget, coming up, the Boner Recap. We're going to play some messages and a song here, and then after the song is the Boner Recap, where you call in and tell us who won Boner of the Day today, and you'll win a prize, which is what?
It is
Some
where
concert
it was the tickets that we got yesterday from Darren from the stateroom. Ron Sexsmith.
Ron Sexsmith tickets.
Yeah.
So if you want to go see Ron Sexsmith tonight.
Yeah.
So that means you'll need to swing down here to the station and pick him up. But worth it. Always a good show. Very interesting performer. Yeah. I'll be ready to play that game coming up at 877-602-9696. But before that, here in about 2 minutes now, your next word, your next keyword, when you hear it, text it to 33986. That is like an entry into a drawing for the $1,000 a day giveaway. And you can enter at the top of every hour till 7 p.m. tonight.
That's it.
It increases your odds.
There's a lot of windows, but they're short windows, so be
Yes.
sure. And you can join the list of the other winners, like Tiffany from Clearfield, or Kurt from South Ogden, or
Kurt.
Amy from Saratoga Springs.
Kurt from South Ogden won?
$1,000, just like
so
that.
give us a couple of minutes and we'll have the next word for you. Stand by, KXRK Provo.
The X.
Here's what Kerry Jackson is doing when he's not on the air.
Well, Kelly, our session is nearly over. So let's get right down to it. What would you say is your biggest problem?
Oh, I'm just a little depressed. I don't know why.
Well, perhaps it's something holding over from your childhood. Tell me about something of your memories from your youth.
Well, one of the distinct memories I have is when my two older brothers were playing basketball in our room, and Peter went up for a layup into the garbage can. Greg didn't block it, and the ball bounced down into the living room and broke Mom's favorite vase. You know, I told him over and over, Mom always says, don't play ball in the house. you know.
Carrie,
Yeah?
that was an episode of the Brady Bunch.
Oh. Okay. I do distinctly remember when we almost had to get rid of my dog Tiger because we thought that my sister was allergic to him, but it turned out just to be Tiger's dog
Carrie,
shampoo, and so...
that was also an episode of the Brady Bunch.
Yeah, that's right, that's right. I do remember when some bullies at school were picking on my little sister because she had a lisp.
Brady Bunch, Carrie, Brady Bunch.
God, Doctor, you've been right all this time. I have been living in a fantasy world. God, this is so embarrassing.
Is there some sort of traumatic event that happened to cause this?
I never got over the fact that our maid Alice was married to that butcher Sam. God, I wanted her for my own.
Excuse me for just a moment, please. Mrs. Greenlee, could you please send in Mr. Chunga to collect his friend? Kerry's session is now over.
Here's what Bill Allreddy's doing when he's not on the air.
God, Kerry, you must have had a rough session in there.
Yeah. It's good to get out into the air and walk around, though. Gee, just when I think I have it rough, look at that poor bum in that dumpster across the street.
Yeah, I see that guy over there all the time. I think he sleeps in the dumpster. He looks kind of familiar, but I just can't place him.
Oh, boy. Looks like Kerry and Chunga across the street. Thank God they didn't spot me. Oh, man. There is some really cool stuff in here today. Wow! A tuna can! Oh, cool. I think there's some tuna in it.
$3986 message and data rates may apply. You can get more details about the X96 1K a day giveaway at x96.com.
It is the 23rd century. Humans have left the lowly confines of planet Earth and have sought their destiny among the stars. While many things have changed, one constant remains: the need for young men to venture forth and do the work of the Lord. This is the tale of two such men who at the age of 19 have answered the call of their general authorities and are embarking on a 2-year mission to spread the gospel throughout the galaxy. This is the story of Space Elders! Our elders have just rendezvoused their warp-capable 10-speed bikes with the USS Porkrine, a small craft manned, if you will excuse the misuse of the term, by pigs. Not your ordinary run-of-the-mill pigs, mind you, but sentient, talking pigs. Pigs
aboard, gentlemen. I am Captain Link Hogthrob, commander of the USS Porkrind. This is my first officer, Miss Piggy. And that pig over there is our ship's physician, Dr. Strangepork.
Hello, elders. Hi, I'm Elder Chris Jensen, and this is my companion, Elder Jensen.
Hi.
We represent the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints.
You know, the Mormons.
We have heard tales of your exploits from other space vessels.
Yes. Is it true that your church provides for eternal marriages?
Well, yes, ma'am, it is.
Eternal meaning in this life, in the next life, and forever and ever? Kind of like syndication?
Yeah,
Yeah.
Would the frog, I mean the groom, in question have to be a willing participant?
That's the way it's usually done.
All right, let's cut to the chase here. Does the Mormon Church recognize marriages between beings from different species?
Well, such as...
Pigs and frogs, you idiot! Don't you ever watch the show?
Well, I believe that you'd have to seek the counsel of your bishop. I don't think we're authorized to make such a decision here in the field.
I think we've reached the point in the sketch where
I begin to assault our guest with karate chops.
No,
Wait. I think I can shed some light on the subject. Now, both you and the frog in question are made of flannel and have men's hands up your...
Elder Jensen...
No, what I mean is that you're both Muppets, and therefore not different species. I mean, I see no reason why you can't be sealed to one another.
Captain Hogthrob can marry people! You guys wait right here while I find my Kermie!
Will Elder Jensen get sent home for telling pigs and frogs that they can marry one another? Will Captain Link Hogthrob get sent home for marrying a pig and a frog? Will Kermit the Frog find a way to get our elders off the Muppet Show and back into normal space? Find the answers to these and far more exciting questions on the next tail-curling episode of Space Elders!
There you go. And it is time for the Boner Recap.
Yes, this is where we get a contestant on the phone who correctly identifies the winner of today's Boner voting. And if the person successfully does that, they win a prize. And in this case, it'll be
Ron Sexsmith
All
tickets
right.
for tonight.
All right.
So the person better be able to come down in this weather, pick up the tickets, and go to the show later.
That means you, Tyler.
Person?
Hello.
Hi, can you go to that show tonight? If you win, you'll win.
Oh man, I don't think you're going to be able to. This weather is crazy.
So you hung on during all those commercials and a song,
and then just you can't
decided that you can't go.
I feel really bad.
Hang up then.
Yeah.
Okay, bye.
God, what a loser.
And all the other lines we cleared out, Tyler, because you hung on. Because
you ruined this, Tyler.
Because you said that you...
To take you over my knee.
Classic Tyler.
Never believe them, Katie. Never believe them.
Where's my hairbrush?
Yep. Trust but verify.
Take Tyler over my knee and give him the hairbrush treatment.
All right. Well.
How do you want to do this then?
Well, I can just tell you who the boner candidates were.
Sure.
Who won. Let's see if you remember, Nick.
Well, let's see. Maybe someone could call in quickly.
877-602-9696. If you can go see Ron Sexsmith tonight at, is it the Commonwealth Room?
The State Room.
State Room.
Yeah.
Okay. So if you're very quickly, you can do that quickly. If not, then we're...
Well, you go ahead and get started, and then that'll give them time to call in if they can.
So the first boner candidate we considered today, number one, was when your machine is hot, you don't give it up no matter what. So a woman at a casino, just awful. She was on a slot machine, and man, it was hot, and she didn't want to give it up. Now, professionals, they know to wear a diaper. But she didn't, and she wouldn't take a bathroom break, and she ended up peeing all over the floor. It looks like Jane is on the line and could maybe go.
All right, Jane.
Hi, Jane.
Hi.
Hi, you're not like Tyler, are you?
No, I can definitely go today.
Okay.
And you can pick up the tickets before.
Although I am scared of the weather, but I got this.
All
we'll
right.
do it.
You got it. Okay. So the first boner candidate was the woman at the slot machine. Second one, Ron DeSantis, the governor of Florida, signing a bill that would allow anyone 21 or older in Florida to carry a gun without a permit. No permit. You don't have to ask permission. You don't have to tell anybody. You can just carry a gun around. And then the third boner candidate was titled, "What gun would you like to be shot with?" Really, he asked that. A student protesting gun violence in Tennessee, they were met with Congressman William Lamberth, Tennessee State Representative, and he asked the group of students what gun they'd like to be shot with. The students were protesting gun violence because they don't want to be shot.
Exactly.
This guy's a moron. So of those three, Jane, who was the winner?
Pretty sure it was number 3.
You'd be pretty correct. You get to go see Ron Sexsmith tonight, and the weather will let up a little bit, I'm sure.
I think you'll be
It does later.
It'll be fine.
You'll be all right.
Hang on, Jane. I'm glad you
I know.
called. Thank you.
Hang on.
Thank you.
So Jane is a name you don't hear much anymore.
Not a lot of Janes, no.
Yeah. Used to be very, very popular, I think.
Mm-hmm.
But I like the name Jane. There was a guy named Jane on Firefly, that TV show, the space show.
Was there?
Yeah, that brawny guy that was Captain Tight Pants, second in command.
Oh, yeah.
His name was Jane.
Yeah, he's dead to me, so.
Why is that?
Why?
That's a long story.
Okay.
The actor is?
Yeah.
I don't even remember his name.
Yeah,
but
exactly.
I just remember the character was named Jane, which I always thought was odd. I don't know if they ever explained it or not.
Yeah.
Captain Tight Pants. Did you ever see Firefly?
My dad owned DVDs of that as well.
Really?
And showed it to me back in the day. I couldn't tell you a single.
You should
scene
go. You
of
should
it.
reassess it.
Yeah.
It's quite entertaining.
It's on the Hulu, I think.
And then they revived it, right?
Well, the movie.
Oh, there.
Oh, that's right.
What I'm
Oh, the
thinking
movie was good too.
Yeah.
Now that I've forgotten that.
And then there was a comic book, but that's it.
Huh.
Yeah, they did a movie with Ejiofor as the bad guy.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
All right. We will take a break. We'll be back. Big boy news and opinioendo on the way. Stand by. Oh, look at this. The Downtown Alliance presents the Salt Lake Farmers Market.
The
It's
winter market.
Winter
yeah.
market.
It's now the winter market is just about done, I think, for the season. But it's at the Gateway, and you think, well, why, huh? What are they doing selling Produce? Yeah, they are. They're selling produce every Saturday from 1 to 3. 1 to 2.
No, 10 a.m. to 2.
10 to 2. I don't know. I'm sorry. I don't know what I was thinking there. From 10 to 2, the winter market at the Gateway. Lots of farmers have been growing in greenhouses, so there's carrots and radishes and garlic and potatoes and mushrooms, plus yummy baked goods.
The baked goods. I'm going to get a loaf of bread and some of the butter that's down there and just sit in a corner by myself.
They have salsa, honey, just all kinds of local produce and meat, and it's a great time. 60 vendors. It's a nice way to start the weekend.
Well, yeah, art as well, yeah.
Yeah, that's right, art and crafty things. So it's at the north end of the Gateway, 10 to 2 this Saturday. Go to Salt Lake, slcfarmersmarket.org. You.
Here's what Kerry Jackson is doing when he's not on the air.
Yes, Mr. Jackson, thank you for coming into my office. As the manager of this department store, it is my job to make sure that everything goes smoothly. And during the Christmas season, that's especially important. We hired you to be our store Santa on good recommendations from your radio station management. But frankly, we've had complaints from many of the parents about your performance as Santa. Now, how do you begin each visit with a child?
Well, first off, I have them shake my hand.
Shake your hand?
Yes, I'm the hand-shaking Santa.
You don't let the children sit on your lap?
No, the hand-shaking Santa wouldn't do that. And do you have any idea how germy little children are? You know what I really hate is that little kid smell. You know the smell I'm talking about.
I see. And then they tell you what they want for Christmas.
Well, after they've shaken my hand, I ask them to write an essay about how good or bad they've been during the year, and then they're asked to list what they want for Christmas. Now, that list is then submitted to one of my elves, and the essay is graded and placed in the hand-shaking Santa essay box.
You have paper and pencils for them in Santa's castle?
No, the hand-shaking Santa does not provide essay materials. If the children are unprepared, it's no concern of mine.
Uh-huh. Well, I think I've heard quite enough.
Well, fine. My break is just about over, and I still have to disinfect my fingernails and put on a fresh pair of gloves before I have to greet the little vermin again. Get away from the hand-shaking Santa, you dirty, dirty little children.
Oh my God. Miss Johnson, would you call the radio station we hired this Santa from? We need a replacement immediately.
Here's what Bill Allred is doing when he's not on the air.
Ho, 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 ho. Welcome to Santa's castle. Merry Christmas.
Santa, why are you lying on the floor?
I'm the leg wrestling Santa. Tell me what you want for Christmas.
Well, I want the White Power Ranger and the Nerf Ball Zuka.
All right then, Sonny. Lie down here right next to me. You do know how to leg wrestle, don't you?
Oh, yeah, Santa, but couldn't I just sit on your lap?
Oh, no, the leg wrestling Santa wouldn't do that. All right now, Sonny. If you beat me, then you'll get everything you asked for.
Okay.
If not, you'll get a lump of coal in your stocking. And an orange.
Oh.
Here we go.
Okay.
1, 2, 3. Sorry, Sonny. You lose. Get him out of here, would you, my little helpers? Who'll be the next to challenge the leg wrestling Santa?
Why don't you leg wrestle me, Mr. Butthead Jolly Old Sucky Claus?
Aren't you a little old to be leg wrestling Santa?
You're pretty tough with these kids. Let's see you take on someone your own size.
All right, then. You lie down right here. Good. But first, I have to take a leak. Can't leg wrestle on a full bladder, you know. Be right back.
9:21.
Mm-hmm.
Practically full strength. Big boy news and a Pinuendo.
Good luck.
Brought to you by.
Brought to you by X96 welcomes Godsmack and Stained to
Oh.
Sonic Amphitheater this August 16th. You can listen to Corey O'Brien in the evenings all week long for your chance to win tickets. For contest details and ticket links, visit x96.com.
Thank you.
News outlets will not be allowed to broadcast former President Donald Trump's arraignment today in the Manhattan State Court. New York Supreme Court Judge Juan Merchan rejected a request by several media organizations, including CNN, for permission to broadcast the historic proceedings. 5 still photographers, will be allowed to take pictures of Trump and the courtroom before the hearing begins, however. Trump's arraignment, like most arraignments in the Manhattan courthouse, is a public proceeding, but news cameras are not usually allowed to broadcast from inside the courtroom in general. So, in rejecting the request to broadcast the arraignment, Merchan nonetheless wrote about the historical significance of the proceeding in stark terms. He said that this indictment involves a matter of monumental significance cannot possibly be disputed. Never in the history of the United States has a sitting president or past president been indicted on criminal charges. Mr. Trump's arraignment has generated unparalleled public interest and media attention. The populace rightly hungers for the most accurate and current information available. To suggest otherwise would be disingenuous. Merchan said that while the media's request was understandable, the news organization's interest in providing the broadcast possible access to the proceedings should be weighed against competing interests.
And one of the reasons this is unprecedented, as they keep saying, this has never happened before, is only because Gerald Ford pardoned Nixon. That's the only reason that this hasn't happened before.
There was another, Ronald Reagan could very possibly have been charged with crimes for with the Contras and all of that kind of thing. But Ollie North took the fall there, but it was close. Trump lawyer Joe Tacopina, Joey Taka, says that the night before Trump's arraignment is the eve of destruction. That's helpful. In an interview on Fox, Tacopina said he could not believe that the ex-president was going to be arraigned on Tuesday. But he is.
I don't know why this is so hard to believe. The guy's been criming his entire life.
What's extraordinary is that tomorrow is actually happening. That's what's extraordinary. I can't believe it. I think we're on the eve of destruction. It's like surreal to me. It is kind of surreal. I would agree with that. Tacopino's words on Fox News were similar to the ominous sentiment expressed in Trump's previous Truth Social posts, where he predicted there would be death and destruction if he is indicted. The oldest person to ever be on the cover of Vogue. I wish you all could see this person. 106-year-old Apo Huang Od, also known as Maria Ogay, is the oldest person to ever be on the cover of Vogue magazine. She is 106 years old. She's on the cover of Vogue Philippines.
Oh, there she is.
Oh, wow.
Isn't she lovely?
Yes.
106 years old.
That's cropping out. I Googled her during this. It's cropping out her body, which is covered in very cool tattoos.
Oh, neat.
I can see on her shoulder there.
Yeah.
It looks like clothing.
There's one on her hand, too.
That's amazing.
That's amazing.
She's 106 years old. The indigenous Filipino woman of the Kalinga tribe is seen on the April cover for Vogue Philippines. She hails from a small Filipino village of Boscalan and is recognized as the nation's oldest traditional tattooist.
That makes sense. The title of the cover is Next of Skin.
She has been hand-tapping tattoos. That's really...
Wow.
You know what they do? They have a like a stick with a needle sticking out of it.
And like a rock at the end of this.
Dip it in the ink, and then they just tap it. It's quite painful, I would think.
It looks fantastic.
She's been doing it since she was 16, learned it under the mentorship of her father. She was the first and only female. They called them a mambabatok. That's the tattooist, mambabatok, of her time. and she traveled to villages near and far to tattoo sacred markings on individuals meeting or approaching certain thresholds in their lives. Geez, that's just it's amazing. Now I'm going to have to look up the pictures of her.
Mhm.
She's just covered in tattoos, though, huh?
Yeah, and who says tattoos look bad when you get old? Because she's 106, and
Yeah.
they look so good on her.
They're still
She's
vivid.
got full sleeves going down each arm, and she's more covered in tattoos than not, I would say.
Michelle Rodriguez has downplayed the chances of reprising, if you prefer, her role in the upcoming Avatar film, claiming that it would be so weird following the fact that her character died. Avatar: The Way of Water, the sequel to 2009's first of the franchise series, was released last year, saw the return of Miles Quaritch, who was played by Stephen Lang, after his character was murdered in the first film. However, Rodriguez revealed that filmmaker James Cameron suggested that the franchise should also make a return for her character, despite her death in the same movie. When I saw Jim recently, he was like, well, I was thinking, what if Michelle came back and a lot of the other characters came back? Is he really going to make another one?
Oh, yeah.
God.
The second one was so hugely financially successful. We're going to get, I think, 3 more.
I don't.
That was even before the second one came out.
Yeah.
That they were.
Oh,
planning that.
he was planning on 4 to 5 of them.
A TikTok shared on Saturday sparked an online debate about appropriate concert etiquette. Video posted by TikTok user Livy Made This showed 2 concert goers indulging in an up-close and personal dance. They were grinding.
Mhm.
Like the woman was in front of the guy grinding into his crotch area.
Oh, I saw this. And this
Yeah.
was at a Taylor Swift
Yeah, at a
show.
Taylor
I saw-
Swift
It was
show.
like not even something you would.
Now, they're way, way, way up in the the nosebleed section, and the video was captured dropping it low at Tay Swift for free, and people thought it was inappropriate.
It was.
You think?
I saw the video.
You think it was inappropriate?
It was nosebleed seats in the far back at a Taylor Swift show.
Well,
this is not a sexy, romantic.
Nobody around them seemed to care.
I don't. Who wants to be the person that makes it stink and acknowledges it?
I don't know. Maybe I would.
Maybe you would.
Knock it off.
Well, if only there was a garden hose around. You could
Get a
just,
room.
I think it's easier to take video and post it on TikTok for everyone to shame them.
Yeah. Well, apparently that's what's happening. Freddie Mercury's daring leather hot pants are being sold for £10,000. That's $12,400 US. The late Queen frontman, who died at the age of 45, and I don't know why they always have to say from AIDS-related complications.
Every time.
Why do they? He died when he was 45. He donned the skin-tight black leather pants during the encore of a concert in Birmingham in December 1980. It says here, in a bid to shock the crowd. Really? Now fans have a chance to own the hot pants, which will go under the hammer. That is, they'll be auctioned off at Omega Auctions in Newton Le Willows, Merseyside, on April 25th. So if you want to buy them, that's what you got to do.
How will I know if they fit?
A French government minister, a woman, is set to appear on the cover of Playboy magazine, prompting criticism from other politicians in the country. Marlene Schiappa.
Are they just jealous that they can't be in Playboy? Is that
will be on the cover of the French edition of Playboy, fully clothed, and has given an interview to the publication on women's rights and LGBTQ+ issues. So she's not doing a nude shoot or anything. There's a big interview with her in the magazine, and they thought it would be appropriate to put her her face on the cover of the magazine. And I don't see what the big deal is.
I say, so what? Is she doing her job?
Yeah.
Okay.
Buy it for the article.
She is the current minister for the social economy, and French Association has long campaigned for gender equality and spearheaded a French law banning catcalling and harassment of women.
There you go.
I remember Playboy magazine, and I used to read it, get it, and read those interviews. They were always interesting.
Always.
Yeah.
Weather.
It is snowing right now. It is going to snow later today until 6 p.m. We're going to get a little bit of that tomorrow as well. And then it looks like the most weather we're getting in the 7-day forecast after that is a little bit of clouds. It's going to get warmer for sure with 68, 69 degrees by Monday and Tuesday. So that will be an interesting thing to see with all the snow coming down.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
They cataloged 1,568 serials, released over 150 years, and then let people vote on which one is the best serial in history.
In history.
So not current cereal, just
The greatest serials of all time.
I know you feel strongly about that.
I do.
Gary.
Over 500,000 people voted.
This was a good list.
Do you agree with the findings?
I do.
Okay.
There's a top 50. Oh, no, there's a top 100.
Top 100.
Number 100 at the very bottom got 2,229 votes. I don't know as I've ever even heard of Vanilli Crunch.
It no longer exists.
Yeah, some of these are gone.
It was a Captain Crunch line.
Okay.
And the mascot was a white whale. But it was delicious. It was just little vanilla balls.
Sounds good.
They were just delicious. So good.
I remember the little white whale.
Yeah.
Now, do
really
you
yummy.
Grins, Smiles, and Giggles and Laughs?
Yes.
That's 99. Never heard of it.
It's a kind of a sugary corn-based cereal. It's shaped like Smiles.
Okay.
All right, the top 10.
All right.
Number 10, with 5,051 votes, Wheat Chex.
Again, a good utility cereal.
I like
no Cocoa Puff.
Yeah.
Number 9, Puffa Puffa Rice.
Again, regional.
They didn't poll me on this.
Well, wait.
You know, Gina, there's a reason people don't poll you. No one cares for your opinion.
Well, so far this top 10 sucks.
Number 8, and you've been urging me to get to it. I've been doing the entertaining part of the list. Now we get to the sucky part.
Okay.
I knew what I was doing. Number 8, Rice Crinkles. See
I don't
again.
know that one either.
Number 7, Concentrate. What's Concentrate?
I have no idea. That one I've not heard
Is
of
this
that
a
one.
British list?
I don't even. I don't
No, because
recognize the.
because Weetabix is not on the list.
Number 6, Wheaties. Number 5, Captain Crunch. Number 4, Honey Nut Cheerios.
Delicious.
Number 3, a good cereal, Cinnamon Toast Crunch.
Always good. You like that
I
one.
like that one.
Yeah.
Number 2, they're great.
Frosted Flakes.
And number 1.
The absolute correct answer.
No, and I don't get this, but I know you love this cereal. Quisp.
Quisp. I nearly wore my Quisp watch today because of that.
A cereal that should come back, right?
It shows up every now and then.
Elena Wood, good morning. How are you?
Hello, I'm doing well. How are you?
Just great. I understand you want to come over to my house and do some spring cleaning.
Oh, that's great. So nice.
I want to encourage you to do your own spring cleaning.
Oh, damn it. I'm not good.
Good try, though.
I'm not good with a broom. Why are you you're from you represent Nightingale College, which is a college for nurses. Why are we talking about spring cleaning?
You know, spring cleaning can be really beneficial for our well-being in a lot of different ways.
Okay, tell us.
So first of
Prove
all,
it.
it can help to... I've got science, don't
Okay,
worry.
all right.
First of all, it can help to reduce allergies by removing dust and mold, things like that might cause us to have the sniffles in our own home. So getting rid of all of that is good for our health. It can also help to benefit our mental well-being. So when we have clutter and dust, it impacts our stress levels. So removing those physical clutters can help to reduce our mental clutter as well. And finally,
sometimes it seems like an almost unsurmountable amount of stuff, though, that you have to do to get there, doesn't it?
It really does. And to be totally honest with you, spring cleaning is overwhelming for me. And so it was really beneficial for me writing this piece because it helped me to feel motivated and to get a little bit of hope that I can do it too.
Okay, well, give that to me, please.
All right. So first of all, start small. Just focus on one room or one corner of one room at a time. So as always, just start right where you are and do the very best you can. Next is to get your family or housemates involved, work together, maybe create a chore chart, things like that.
Get some of them stick-on stars and
Yes. Yes.
That's a great idea.
Whatever you need to do.
Yeah.
Next is to make it fun. And I know this might sound kind of counterintuitive because chores are inherently not that fun.
No.
But if you turn on your favorite music, if you try and make it a game, maybe race to see who can finish cleaning their area the quickest, or maybe turn on your favorite television show or a movie, just have something entertaining you while you're doing the cleaning, it can make it a lot easier. I always, when I fold laundry, I always watch a show or listen to a book, something like that, so that I'm not thinking about the laundry.
Yeah, I
listen
to podcasts when I clean stuff up.
Yeah. Yeah, it helps make it more fun, right?
Yeah, kind of. No.
It helps make it more doable.
Yes,
maybe?
there. That's better. That's better.
Yeah. Next is to set a timer. So you don't have to clean for your entire day or your entire weekend or whatever it might be. Just do things in these small little doses. So maybe setting a 30-minute timer, do as much as you can in the 30 minutes, and then give yourself permission to walk away for now. And then, maybe come back later and do another 20 or 30 minutes. Just doing it in these small little bite-sized pieces will help it to feel a little less insurmountable, hopefully.
All right. That sounds good. I mean, that all makes sense.
Yeah.
Spring cleaning is done. Now, do you have a little bit of allergy? Can I, in your voice there? Is that what I hear?
Yeah, you do. I'm sorry about that too.
No, it's
I'm
okay.
a
It's
little
okay.
congested
It's okay.
today.
It
explains a lot.
Yeah, I mean, it actually gives your voice a really interesting quality.
Yeah.
But
Oh.
I'm sorry you're suffering from allergies, but so I would suggest you get busy and start cleaning up
your house.
Yeah, that's the plan. In
Okay.
a dust.
All right. People want to find out more about all of this stuff. What's the best way to do it, Elena?
You can learn more about Nightingale and their amazing programs at nightingale.edu.
Okay. Nice to talk to you. We'll do it again.
Thank you.
Nice to talk to you too.
Get to
Take
cleaning.
care.
Get to cleaning. Go on.
Bye-bye.
You too.
Get the dust rag.
Oh. All right.
I really need to do that.
Well, all those tips. Yeah,
I'm taking that home.
I like the 30-minute timer thing.
Yeah.
See what you can get done in 30 minutes.
Yeah, it's better to do that than what I do, which is staring into the void of myself in the mirror at 2 a.m. and deciding to clean the entire place.
I think I'm going to make a chart that's got everybody, family member's name on it, and when you complete a chart, a chore, you get a gold star stuck by your name. You know.
Yeah.
And so see who can get the most gold stars by the end of the month.
Oh.
My
got
mom
gold
did that
stars.
growing up, and we just unionized as kids and decided that gold stars meant nothing if we gave
Exactly.
them no meaning. And
So you and your siblings are communists.
a little bit.
That's a bit of a leap.
I don't know. They got together and tried to foment some kind of revolution.
I don't know.
In a nice household.
Doesn't sound.
Nice household with nice parents.
Yeah, they were nice.
Yeah. They didn't deserve the kind of crap you gave them, did they?
Oh, not at all.
Listen to you.
No.
Listen to you.
Right. Well, I mean, I'm speaking from experience here.
All right. We'll take a break. We'll crawl towards the exits coming up. Stand by. We know that.
Maybe we ought to have Katie or Dawson come in here and take a couple of pictures of this so we can post them. Sometime last week we were talking about bubble gum and blowing bubbles with bubble gum, and Gina said, "Well, I'll get some bubble gum and bring it in. We'll and do it." And she didn't do it, but I happened to glance down at when I was checking some groceries out last night and saw this package of bubble yum. So we're going to see what.
I prefer a Hubba Bubba myself.
I haven't seen Hubba Bubba. Is it around?
I think so.
I'm so out of practice.
That was a pretty good one I just did. Did you get that?
Let me try.
I'm going to have you judge, Katie, who manages to blow the biggest bubble. This show is so damn political. I can't.
I know, right?
God, it's terrible.
Oh, let me try again.
Maybe we ought to blow bubbles while we bitch about Trump.
Damn.
You know what? He's a non-issue. His candidates didn't win, except for here. I'm not bitching about him anymore.
We want bubbles here.
All right.
Well, I was trying.
That was a good one. This is terrible radio.
That's as big as I get. That's why I want Katie to take some
I'm out of
pictures.
practice.
We can post them really quick. If
Come
you
on,
go to
Gina, I want to see that
X96,
double bubble that you talked about.
x96.com/live, you can see us doing this if you really want to.
Oh, no.
Yeah, you said a bubble inside of a bubble.
I'll do it. I haven't blown bubbles in a long time, but remember when you didn't believe me that I could do a pogo stick?
Yeah.
It's like that.
I'm still not sure.
That's a good one, Bill.
What was that noise?
I was trying to get her attention. I couldn't say, "Hey, Katie," because I had a huge bubble.
So you did a mosquito sound?
Yeah, something. Yeah, this is really good radio, isn't it?
I'm going to try to do the... Oh, Carrie did it.
That's one. Did you blow one inside of us? Was that
sure,
one?
as far as you know.
So far, Bill is winning on his sizes.
On size.
I'm way out of practice. This is the first bubble gum I've actually had in my mouth, I think, in...
Me too.
40 years.
Yeah, it's been a long time.
Yeah, see, I don't chew gum, so...
I'm not doing them very big, so I'll try to do one inside the other. How about that?
Okay.
Do that.
I've always been
I'm gonna
known
get
as
close.
I've always been known as the size king.
Yep. Here we are with our Soros money in our pockets and our liberal agenda. So political.
Can you tell?
You can kind of see it. Oh.
I did it.
Gina's gum just now fell out of her mouth and onto the floor.
Onto the floor?
See it? I did.
Did you catch it before it went on the floor?
I did. It'll have to be a very zoomed in photo.
Yeah.
You want another piece? Here.
I give her 2 pieces. See if she can do them. Because that's too much for me.
No, there's even a bigger one.
I bet I'm going to try. I'm going to do a second piece of gum and see if I can blow an even bigger bubble because I've got a pretty big one there.
I would only imagine.
This all started. I don't think it started because when I was in grade school, I won a bubble gum blowing contest.
Well, you're a pro then. This isn't fair.
It was
you're a professional. You shouldn't be competing with the amateurs.
That's true.
Is that correct?
I won a bag of marbles.
Wow.
Congratulations.
Well, it was great.
Do you still have those marbles?
No.
He lost them.
Yeah, you're right.
Listen,
Gary,
I lost
he
my
did.
marbles years ago.
Here comes Gina.
Well, this is a new piece. I got to work it in.
Oh, you're starting a whole new piece?
She dropped it on her shoe.
Oh, come on.
You didn't drop it on the floor. It fell out of your yap.
You should have did 2 pieces.
What is the flavor of bubble gum?
It's its own flavor.
Yeah, what is it?
It's gross.
What is it?
Yeah.
I don't.
It's distinctly bubble gum, but where it originated from, I don't know.
I don't know.
I know when you smell it or when you taste it, you go, "That's bubble
Who
gum."
decided that's what bubble? What?
Yeah, who decided that is the
bubble
flavor?
Gum?
I'm gonna.
Yeah, what is the flavor?
Do some research.
Flavor.
There's 25 calories in each piece of this gum.
Yeah.
Bubblegum flavor is a combination of
Okay.
artificial, of course, strawberry, banana,
Yeah.
cherry, orange, and lemon.
Yeah.
So
It's kind of all mixed.
You can taste, and if you think about it, you can taste all
Yeah.
those things in it.
The banana is I can. Wow. Okay. That awkward moment when you can't tell if the segment is about blowing bubbles in gum or trying to connect with the ancestors and summon a demon by mistake.
Yep.
That happens.
That was that noise that Bill made.
All right, now I'm just hearing weird noises, and I think I'm
Not
getting
me.
called to
I'm
take
done.
photos here.
I'm done.
My jaw's getting tired.
Yeah.
It's just not working.
Did you
You
do
saw
one?
it happen, though, right?
I saw it happen. Yes.
So you blow a bubble, and then you seal it off,
Mm-hmm.
and then you blow another bubble, and it'll go inside.
I can't get this piece. I added more gum, and I can't quite get it
I don't know what to tell you.
to the consistency.
I
Now
have no
you
idea.
made a pronouncement, Katie. I don't chew gum.
I don't.
Ever?
It was like
No.
it's like the
Wait a minute,
woman
wait.
yesterday in the soda line
With
that
the
said, "I
soda
don't
line.
drink soda."
Yeah.
Wait a minute, let's explore that.
Yeah, why don't
Like
you?
even like a little tiny piece
No,
of mint
I
gum?
don't like the texture. I don't like the smacking of it. No.
Oh, you
If
wanna
I'm
try
gonna
that?
do that, I'm gonna have mints.
Okay.
Mints
Really?
are my way to go. I've never liked gum. I think it's gross, and then people are dumb and they take it out and they stick it underneath things.
That's true.
And it's gross. It's not healthy. It's gross. It's gross, guys. It's gross.
Yeah, but it's the jaw
about-
exercise, though.
What about the reverse bubble? Can you do that?
Oh, Sue does that all
What's
the time.
that?
She'll do that snappy
Yeah.
sound.
See, these are all things that you don't do with mints that I enjoy, like not making sounds.
You can't blow bubbles with mints.
No,
At
you
all.
can't. No.
Well, unless you're really talented, you might be able to.
Well, I'm getting notice from our consultant here.
Yeah.
People are going to get angry and turn off the show.
Oh.
I have reams and reams and reams of notes. It needs to be better.
Yeah.
Okay, all right. Yeah.
Hey, we're sorry. We're sorry.
All right.
It smells grossly like bubblegum in here,
Yeah,
guys.
it does.
Well, yeah, it would. Cart. Spell it with me now. C-A-R-T. And now we'll use it in some dialogue featuring our two Utah friends, LeVar and LeGrand. Come join the boys now as they drive the highways and byways of our great city, Salt Lake.
LeGrand is driving. His friend LeVar is an unwilling passenger. Again, the Utah word is cart. Listen, Mr. Elder LeGrand R. Dunn Jr., I appreciate you driving me to my appointment and all, but you're scaring me to death with the way you're handling this automobile. I think we may die before we get there.
I've been driving this Reliant K car without so much as a fender bender for 8 years now, Lamore. I don't think you have no room to talk about how I drive. Watch out where you're going, you flipping fool!
There, you see, LeGrand, that's just what I mean right there. You cut in front of that guy there, almost rammed into him, and then you honk and yell. It was your fault.
The gall-danged mother flipper saw me signal and just wouldn't move out in the way. He should have moved out in the way.
Look, why don't you just pull over and let me behind the wheel of the K before you give us both ulcers?
Because you haven't a driver's license at this particular junction of time and space. You cannot legally drive. That's why we're driving to the traffic cart, to meet your liar. I have my doubts whether you will get it back, though. You run over a person in a pedestrian crosswalk. Well, the cart isn't going to look on that very favorably.
First off, I didn't run over nobody. I just knocked the guy down. Hell, he jumped right back up, started yelling bloody murder at me, and then it was me that was the one who calmed him down and helped him find most of his teeth. And second off, I fired my liar. He said the best he could do was keep me out of the state pen and in the county lock. He weren't no help at all. So I will represent myself in cart.
Well, you know what they say, LeVar. A man who serves as his own liar in cart has a dipstick for a client.
Oh, come on now. Whoever said that?
Smartest liar ever.
Who, F.G. Bailey? Or that Melvin Belly? Maybe it was that Lehigh McKenzie from L.A. Law.
Nope. The smartest liar ever was Perry Mason. Never lost a case in cart.
He was good. Hey, do you ever look at his secretary, that Deli Street, and have impure thoughts?
Yeah, when I was a kid. When I confessed to my church leaders, I was afraid they'd haul me into the bishop's cart.
All right. Yes.
Got this snack here.
What is it?
This is from a company called Saffron Road. And it's chickpeas, garbanzo beans, crunchy.
Okay.
Crunchy garbanzo beans.
Perfect for chewing into a microphone.
They've been these are salted. And then I have one that's got Indian spices on it, and one that's a barbecue flavor, and one that's just got salt and pepper.
Oh,
and
like sunflowers.
Yeah, and
sunflower seeds.
Yeah, and they're they're supposed to be healthier.
Are they?
Yeah, and they are. There's way less fat and calories in them. But I sometimes at our house when we have snacks, we hide them so that other people in the family don't get the snacks.
Yeah.
And my wife said, I don't think you'll have to bother hiding the chickpeas.
Nobody wants the chickpeas?
I don't think so.
Oh.
What snacks are being stashed?
What?
What snacks are being stashed?
Oh,
if not the
usually
chickpeas?
Cheez-Its get stashed.
Well, yeah, those are yours. Those are your domain.
Well, my youngest also
loves
the Cheez-Its. Okay. So,
but again,
so we hide them from each other. And candy, and of course, Daddy's whiskey gets.
Yeah, right.
No,
All
but
right.
candy gets hidden.
My little brother would do that as well. Even when I lived with him,
Hide snacks.
Yeah, he would. We lived together, and I like Oreos, but I would never take his Oreos. But I would see him in his room, and above his clothes that he had hanged up, he would take the Oreos like off his closet shelf, and I'm like, you can leave those in the kitchen. If they're in the bedroom, why don't you just have them out? Nobody's taking them from you, and it's so instinctual.
You might. All right. Let's do the promo and get out of here.
All right. This snow is just outrageous. You know, that's something that must go.
Well, you're in luck, Bill, because on tomorrow's show, it's Things That Must Go at 7 a.m.
And if you have some things that must go, send them to radiofromhell@x96.com, and maybe we can help out.
Plus, we'll have 4 keywords for the X96 1K a day cash contest, and we know you don't want to miss that.
Missing those keywords would be something that must go. So tune in tomorrow, Radio from Hell, X96.
I have this weird habit of whenever I have a drink, of whatever it is, milk, water, whatever, and I'm eating, I always keep my hand on my glass, and I wonder why I do that. I don't know. It's like I'm afraid somebody's going to steal my glass.
All right. Let's see. Bill, air fry 2 cans of chickpeas at least once a week. Great crunchy snack that you can usually make yourself. Chili lime seasoning. There you go. Save some money.
Yeah.
All right. Fine job as always, Katie. Live long and prosper, bitches.
Don't you know who I am?
Remember who you are and what you stand for.
Marcy is next.